Logan, West Virginia. Left guard, Kalen McKenzie, 6'5", 290, redshirt freshman from Toronto. The right guard, Will Hart, 6'2", 285, a redshirt junior from Indian Trail, North Carolina. The center is Porfirio Acosta, 5'10", 305, a graduate from Woodstock, Georgia. Tight end, Jesse Kleinsmith, 6'6", 240, redshirt sophomore out of North Carolina. Wide receivers, Jalen Himes, 5'9", 177, a freshman from Statesville, North Carolina. Carlos Estranza, 5'11", 185, a graduate from West Melbourne, Florida, beg your pardon. And your running back, Xavier Pugh, 5'10", 212, a redshirt sophomore from Raleigh. We do expect to see Elijah Holmes, 6'2", 215, a redshirt sophomore from Charlotte, at the starting quarterback. And now Coach Knight kind of compared him to the Lenore-Rhine quarterback, and I kind of compared him to the Newberry quarterback.
Yeah, Elijah Holmes will be keen in on him, as will the defense as well. So you got to contain these skilled players. I mean, that's the main thing, right? They say a lot of it it's won and lost in the trenches. So that's how we'll see how our defensive line stacks up against their offensive line, to see if we can get some rushes on him. But even if you do, you got to be careful, because even if that pocket breaks down, if you got a scrambling quarterback, he can make you hurt even when you try to pressure him and get him out of that pocket quickly. So that's something to look for today.
All right, for Newberry, we look for Nathaniel Rock, 6'4", 305, a redshirt junior from North Charleston, at one of the tackles. The other, Vance Ventry, 6'5", 295, a redshirt sophomore from Rock Hill. Your guards, we expect to see Eric Stevens, 6'2", 355, a freshman from Greenwood. Over at the other guard, Cale Brown. Brown is a 6'3", 280-pound graduate from Pauline, South Carolina. And when it comes to tight ends, you could see Gray Leapart, you might see Alex Meeks, you might see Jonah Norris, but we're going to go with Leapart as the starter, 6'4", 245, a senior out of Gilbert. Wide receivers, he didn't catch a touchdown pass last week, but he caught some big balls during that football game. DeAndre Coleman, 6'2", 215, a sophomore out of Hueytown, Alabama. Your other receivers, Tyleek Mathis, 5'10", 170, a junior from Saluda. And, of course, Keith Desashore, 5'10", 165, a graduate student from North Charleston, South Carolina. Reed Sharpie will start at quarterback, 5'11", 180, graduate from Casey. So those are the guys that will start. Reed was one of the players of the week. Desashore, one of the players of the week. And, obviously, Burt Nettles, one of the players of the week as well.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see some of these guys coming in here and making a mark quickly. Remember last year it was Rico Dorsey. Didn't get too many targets in play last week, but you just mentioned it. Well, but now this year, guess what? It's DeAndre Coleman who's really stepping up and finding a place in this offense. He's kind of like the underneath guy, right? Keith kind of goes deep. He has the touchdowns. He's kind of that kind of star player. But DeAndre is really coming in and finding his own, and no better a description than on that last winning drive. Remember what he did. He caught that pass that got him inside the 10. He didn't get the touchdown, but he set up that winning score with that great catch.
Little personal story on Rico Dorsey. When Burt Nettles was kicking that field goal, he couldn't watch. So he's looking at the stands. It happened to be catching the eye of my grandson, Browning. When the kick was good, he took Browning, took him down on the field. So he is a new Rico Dorsey fan for sure.
Well, right from the start, I was too. Like I said, I got to know the young man when he transferred in from Coastal Carolina, and he was in one of my classes. So that's how I got to know him a year ago. And like I said, really started making an impact on the field immediately. And it's really cool to see some of these guys coming in here. And I know maybe they're not homegrown, but they transfer in. And, hey, they're just proud to be here, and they're looking for a spot, and they are showcasing their talent.
All right, toss of the coin and more coming up here when we come back in just a minute. Missed. Overshot. here at Setzer Field. I want to bring you up to date on a couple of scores here. We mentioned that Emory and Henry has beaten Carson Newman today up in Virginia 19-13. Anderson beat UVA Wise 50-7. Al, I'm just checking here on that game between Valdosta State and LR. LR has gone back in front 30-25 with just 14 seconds left here, and so they have come. They were ahead, got behind, and now LR has come back to potentially beat Valdosta State.
Yeah, well, that would be a great win for them. I mean, we know Valdosta State is a championship caliber team virtually every year. They're former champions. So I remember last year, right? They came in here early, first game, won the first home games, and hung around with them. Maybe even had a shot to beat them if we hadn't made a couple of mistakes. But, yeah, that'd be a great win for LR, bounce back for them. I mean, you know, you got to put yourself in everybody's shoes, I guess, at some point, because you experienced that. They experienced a, devastating loss, obviously, to Newberry last week. And so to try to kind of, put salve on the wound, that would be a great win for the Bears there.
By the way, Newberry wearing the scarlet jerseys with the pink lettering. It's a breast cancer awareness game here today. They're a little harder to see, but I think we'll be okay now that we've got lights and no sunshine. But anyway, Newberry will be wearing the white pants with the scarlet jerseys and the pink numerals. Wingate dressed in the all-white uniforms, white pants, white jerseys, blue numerals, and the blue headgear with the Wingate logo on the side. Captains are about to meet at midfield. And for Newberry this afternoon or this evening, Jayden Kennard, he was one of the defensive players of the week last week. He'll be out there for Newberry tonight. And on the other side of the football, it's going to be, of course, Newberry's Burt Nettles. So those are your two captains for the Wolves, four captains out there for the Bulldogs of Wingate. And we get set for the toss of the coin. I don't think our field mic is going to work tonight either. Maybe by the last game at home we'll have it working.
Hopefully so.
Yeah. The referee's mic, so we'll just have to kind of tell you what's going to happen here. The White Hat now talking to both sets of captains. Here come the Wolves onto the field from the field house across the way. Nice crowd up on the porch, the Todd and Tita Night porch across the way. Big crowd in the stands. I think they had an event over there for some of the local politicians.
Okay.
And big crowd here on the near side as well. All right, we've had the toss. Wingate is going to get the football. Newberry will kick left to right when we come back in 60 seconds. Officials for tonight's game: Rick St. George is the referee, Matt Wiggins the umpire, B.J. Hillard is the linesman, Sean Wilson the line judge, Jeremy Brown the side judge, David Lutz the field judge, the back judge is Zach Gilbert, and the clock operator down below is Kenny Brigsby. So those are the officials. And here come the Wolves onto the field. Burt Nettles, of course, will tee it up and boot it left to right from the 35-yard line. Scoreboard just went off.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's all about.
Maybe it's a blackout.
Let's hope not. We had a delay last week, or week, and again the week before. We don't need any delays this week.
No, not on a real nice night like tonight. A little cloudy, like you say, but no chance of rain, I don't believe. It's coming maybe tomorrow and Monday, right?
Well, they can't make up their mind quite. There it comes back on. can't make up their mind. At one point they did say some rain, and then they said no, but we'll wait and see. Around here, 5 minutes will do it. All right, Burke finally has it teed up. The scoreboard is back on, and we are set to go. Here we go as Burke is on the run-up, and he will kick this right down to the goal line. It's going to be hauled in inside the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and tripped up from behind on a really nice tackle just shy of the 25 at the 24-yard line. Really good backside tackle there for Newberry by Cameron Faircloth.
Yeah, he doesn't make that tackle. I tell you what, he's got a seam up this sideline, and he would get a lot more. And if he had beat one other man, he might have gone all the way. So nice tackle there by Faircloth.
All right, here comes Elijah Holmes and the rest of the Wingate Bulldogs. Holmes will have Xavier Pugh to his left. He puts a wide out each way. Flanker right, split in left. Tied in up on actually a couple of wings there for the Bulldogs in this formation. They hand it off to Pugh, and Pugh is going to be hit after crossing the 25, gets it to the 30. That's a gain of 6. It'll be second down 4. Jonathan Sexton and Jalen Stratford on the stop.
Yeah, looking for those defensive ends to try to get in there, contain anything to the edge, force them through the middle. And Mikey Blandon and Jaden Neeson can have their way with them.
Second down 4 from the 30. Holmes, the redshirt sophomore from Charlotte, directing the offense. He's got 2 men bunched to the right, and this time he throws a little pitch out to Pugh going to the right side, and Pugh's going to have a first down and more as he crosses the 40 and runs out of bounds at the 43-yard line. Quan Peterson ran him out of bounds. Kind of a tight formation there with a little quick pitch, if you will, to Xavier Pugh.
Yeah, and exactly what we were just talking about right there. He was able to get the edge around and get enough yards for the line to gain and move the chains.
First and 10 for Wingate from their own 43-yard line. 2 men to the near or the left side. That's the wide side of the formation. Wingate moving right to left. Handed off to Pugh once again. He breaks into the secondary across the 50 and all the way down just shy of the Newberry 45. And there's a flag thrown in there after the play. Javion Harris on the stop. Now, you mentioned penalties earlier. Newberry had 4 last week, and Lenoir-Rhyne had 4, so both teams are probably pretty happy about that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Want to keep that. Newberry's has struggled with that in years recently.
Well, they call this on Newberry.
It's Devin Williams. Not sure what happened there.
It sure happened fast, whatever it was.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
Well, the guy picked up the yardage, and then, boom, there was the flag. Takes the ball all the way down to the 31-yard line. By the way, the head of officials is downstairs, too, I understand, so I've been told. Trips now 2 men to the right, 1 to the left. Holmes with Wallace in there as the running back now. Back to throw is Holmes. Fires up the right side. He's got a man. First down. That's right into the arms of Carlos Estranza. And Estranza's down inside the 20 near the Newberry 17-yard line. Santori Jones, the free safety, on the stop.
Yeah, just a nice route down there between the seams toward that far sideline. Pretty efficient so far. They're moving along. Of course, you don't want to give them 15 yards with a penalty.
First and 10 at the Newberry 17-yard line. Opening possession for both teams. In this case, it's Wingate. Play action fake. Holmes now going to run. And it's going to be hit down right around the 15. Another flag down along the line of scrimmage. Devron Williams on the stop. That would be about a 2-yard gain, notwithstanding the penalty. Looks like a hold against the Bulldogs.
Well, it's going to push him back 10 yards, so out of the red zone. I was talking last night, if anybody was listening, it was an all Bulldogs affair in the high school game. And then I mentioned, oh, no, we got some more Bulldogs coming in today. So a lot of Bulldogs here this weekend.
Yeah, you scared me half to death last week, last night, but we won the game.
Well, they scared us too. My goodness. We were talking about that, just kind of joking around. I think an escape was the best word to describe what the Newberry Bulldogs pulled off last night.
All right, 1st and 20 now for the Bulldogs of Wingate from the Newberry 27-yard line. Handoff once again goes to Wallace, and Newberry runs him down pretty nicely. Gain of maybe 1 to the 26. It'll be 2nd and 19 yards to go. J. Don Eason, I think Hughes' post-game comments with Cedric Jeter, I think the opening line was, I'm going to send you a bill for my my heart doctor.
The new pacemaker. Or put one in, I think. Yeah.
2nd down 19, ball at the Newberry 26. 5 wide receivers now for Wingate. Estranza goes in motion. 3 to the right now, 2 to the left. Back to throw. Holmes fires out to the right side. That pass is going to be caught by Himes, but it's back to close to the original line of scrimmage, and it's going to bring up 3rd down and maybe about 8 yards to go here, depending on the spot. Mikey Blandon, the middle linebacker, on the stop. We're going to call it 3rd and 9 as they place it at the Newberry 16-yard line.
Yeah, a big play right here. You want to keep him at 3rd and long. If you could stop him, maybe just force the field goal.
Ethan Wallace remains the running back. 2 men to the left, that's Jackson and Himes. 1 man over to the right, that's Warner. For some reason, the play clock is not running, so they're getting extra time here. Back to throw is Holmes. Holmes over the middle. It is caught for a touchdown. Dragging across the middle into the front corner of the end zone. Caught there by Carlos Estranza for the touchdown. And on 3rd and 9 from the 16, the Bulldogs of Wingate throw it into the end zone for the score.
Yeah, and I tell you what, that was just a couple of inches from being batted away. Avery McFadden was down underneath. He was kind of a short man, and that pass, he went up and tried to get his hand on it, and it just missed it by a couple inches.
Caleb Bonesteel to try the extra point. Kick up, and it is good. 12:22 remaining in the first quarter. Wingate takes the opening kickoff and drives it down for a 7-0 lead. And we'll be back in 1 minute. All right, here we go. Wingate about to kick off for the first time tonight to Newberry. Wingate on that drive. We don't have the stats. That's not working either right now. Here's the run up by Wingate and the kick away to the Wolves. Going to come toward the near side. This is Quez Spells. He lets it goes into the end zone for the touchback. So no return. And Newberry will start 1st and 10 out at the 25-yard line.
We talk about those 3rd down conversions so much. Wingate obviously converted that one there. Newberry operating at a little over 35%, 1/3 of those 3rd down conversions. Their opponents on the season, exact same percentage, 35% is kind of interesting, but Wingate did a pretty good job on that one with a 3rd and 16 and was able to pull off that touchdown.
76-yard drive, I do know that much.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Sharpie awaiting the snap, puts Jonah Norris in motion to the right side. Sharpie back to throw, fires. It is caught And that's a nice catch by DeAndre Coleman, and he's going to work it across the 30 to the 32-yard line across the way. What a big target, 6'2", 215. And we mentioned, while it was Keith Destasure who caught 2 touchdown passes, actually caught 3 last week, but one was called back. Coleman made some huge catches to get him in position.
Yeah, he did. He's just kind of the setup man. And you need those kind of guys. He's a little bit bigger, good target, and he holds it in. He's got great hands.
2nd and 3 after the pickup of 7. Here's a handoff straight ahead, and this is Kenmaine Brunson. And Brunson pushes his way to the 41-yard line. Nice run there by Kenmaine. Ephraim Wright on the stop. First down Wolves out at their own 41-yard line. Kenmaine 5'5", 175 out of Saluda, but he's got a motor.
Yeah, and we were talking about, the next guy who has to step up, right? Well, with Dwayne Wright out, Kenmaine is the next guy. His name's being called. And he's been doing an excellent job, by the way.
2 men to the right now for the Wolves, 1 to the left. Kenmaine remains the running back to the right side of quarterback Reed Sharpie. Jonah Norris goes in motion. And they're going to hand it off to him coming near side looking for blocks, and he's not going to get any. Going to be thrown down at the 40. That'll be a loss of a yard. Guy Taylor, defensive end, busting through there to make the stop. It'll be 2nd down and 11 yards to go.
Yeah, he had the blockers up there, but kind of like what we were talking about earlier, they got that they kind of stretched out that offensive line. They didn't get the penetration, but they were able to put the stop to the hole right where Norris was trying to get through, and that's why they didn't get any yardage on that one.
Desasure, Mathis, and Dorsey go trips to the left. Coleman comes to the right of the near side. 4 wide for the Wolves. They gave him the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 10. Here's Brunson as he crosses right across the 40 or right to the 45. Guy Taylor again, that defensive end, makes the stop. It's going to bring up 3rd down and 6 now for Newberry from their own 45-yard line. Got to get it down to the Wingate 49.
Well, interesting stat that we were looking at. Reed Sharpie, one of only 2 Division II quarterbacks with no interceptions on the season, with a minimum of 100 passes thrown. So let's hope he keeps that going tonight.
3rd down 6 for Reed and company. Coleman to the near side. You've got Desasure and Dorsey to the left. Now Reed steps up to the line of scrimmage. He's going to get the snap from Davion Piles. Puts Dorsey in motion. Throws it out to him on a little screen. Dorsey not going to get there. He gets to the 48-yard line, and afraid it's going to bring up 4th down. And about 3 yards to go for a 1st down. Ryan Green, one of the middle linebackers, on the stop, and here comes the Newberry punt team.
Yeah, unfortunately they can't convert that 3rd down. Just a lot of white jerseys over there. It's a good game plan, kind of spread them out over to the flat, but Green just got up there and made a nice tackle.
Snap back to Burt Nettles. Beautiful, tight spiral. Fair catch called for and made inside the 10. And that's exactly what you wanted to see there.
Absolutely, you can pin him inside the 10-yard line. They got a long way to go, and if you can get the stop, you can flip the field on them.
LaRon Warner was the man who made the fair catch, so it'll be 1st and 10 for Wingate from their own 9-yard line. Remember, they started at the 24 their first time, drove it down for the score. We now do have some stats, apparently. So we can tell you it was an 8-play, 76-yard drive, as we said. Holmes with a pass to Carlos Estranza for 16 yards and a touchdown. So our stat monitor downstairs is back up and running, apparently. And we've got a timeout on the field, so let's take a quick 30-second break. We'll be right back. Nine minutes, 19 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Wingate on top of Newberry, 7-0. Wingate about to have the football for the 2nd time. They took the opening kickoff and engineered an 8-play, 76-yard drive. Newberry's got him pinned up at their own 9. Let's see if they can put a stop on him here and, as Al said, flip the field. Holmes awaits the snap. 3 wide receivers, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. I believe it's Pugh back in there as the running back. It is, and he gives it to him, and Newberry's right on him. He maybe crosses the 10 to the 11 for a yard. It'll bring up second down 9. J.B. Brigman on the stop there, along with a bunch of other folks.
Yeah, he wasn't going anywhere on that one.
So give him a yard. Actually, maybe 2 yards, as it turns out. Make it second down and 8. As that ball was originally at the 9-yard line. Bulldogs up, trips right, 1 man left. Motion by one of the outside receivers from right to left. That puts 2 each way, so double slots now. Holmes back to throw, being chased. Now going to throw. That ball is caught out at the 25-yard line, but then it comes loose. Newberry picked it up. They're going to blow that play dead and call it a catch. Devron Williams on the stop. Wow.
Yeah, he was going down, sliding, and apparently they ruled that he hauled it in, but then bobbled it afterward, but they're going to give him the catch, no fumble.
LaRon Warner was the man who made the catch at the 26-yard line, quote-unquote catch. 1st and 10. Holmes again awaits the snap with the handoff going to Pugh. Pugh over the right side, going to dive out to the 27-yard line for a gain of a couple. 1 for sure. It'll be second down and 9. Devron Williams, linebacker out of Edgefield, on the stop for the Wolves. 7:39 remaining in this first quarter. 7-0 Bulldogs on top. Three-down lineman up front for the Wolves. Holmes back to throw, fires it out to the near side. He's got it to Pugh. Pugh is taken down immediately on a really good tackle by Jalen Stratford, just shy of the 30-yard line. And that's going to bring up third down now. And about 7 yards to go, so here comes a big third down play.
Yeah, this time a little bit, well, last time it was 3rd and long too, but this one's 3rd and long, a little bit different. They're on their own side of the field at the 29. So this will be a big defensive stop if they can get it here.
What a really beautiful tackle by Stratford there. All right, Bulldogs will put 3 men to the right. Tight end on the left side. Holmes, the quarterback, with Pugh to his right. Takes out, rolls to the right. Fires. That pass is going to be caught, and there's a flag down. The pass was caught by Carlos Estranza. He may have gotten enough for a first down, but there's a marker near where you might consider a hold here.
Yeah, back along the line of scrimmage behind that play.
See if that's going to be the case.
I think he would have enough for the first down.
Yeah, he did. I think he dove beyond the stick, but let's see if this is going to be nullified. Whitehat looking toward the Wingate sideline. Interference on the offense. They call it on Jalen Himes, who was, I guess, trying to get out there and block for Estranza. And so that actually nullifies the throw for the first down, and we've got a timeout on the field. 6:33 to go in the first quarter. Wingate 7, Newberry nothing. Back after this 1-minute timeout.
There went.
Well, just before we came back Holmes drops to throw, throws a pass to Carlos Estranza, and let's see where they're going to spot this. 36-yard line. That might be enough for a first down.
Yeah, the marker's at the 36. Usually if you get it, he got it.
Third and goodness.
Third and 22.
Yeah.
Exactly. I was just going to say, you thought 3rd and 9 was bad. How about 3rd and 22? But once again, they pull a rabbit out of the hat and convert on the big, long 3rd down.
Ball out at the 36-yard line, and, Estranza just came kind of floating out near the near side here and was wide open.
He was. The last couple of times they've come to this near side, they've had an open receiver.
Now we've got another timeout here. It is Wingate who calls the timeout. I don't really know why on 3rd and 22 you pick up a first down. You want to break the momentum by calling a timeout.
Yeah, exactly. You've already moved it out here. You're past the 35-yard line. Got a little room now.
Unless they didn't have the right personnel or somebody wasn't on the field, I didn't count.
Yep.
But they did take a timeout. Well, for fear of missing something else, we'll only take a 30-second break and be right back. Five and a half to go here in the first period. Wingate 7, Newberry nothing. 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs of Wingate from their own 36-yard line. As they convert on 3rd and 22 to pick up that first down. Motion by the wide receiver left going right. That's Himes. Both receivers now to the right side of the formation. They hand it off straight ahead. One of the Wolves lost a headgear. That is Pugh on the carry, and he takes it across the 40 to about the 42-yard line. Stopped on the play by Mike Gear was the guy who lost his headgear, by the way.
And he's got to come out for a play.
2nd and 4 after Pugh picks up 6 on the run straight up the gut. Huge crowd across the way and here on the near side. Pugh again darts to the right. Newberry finally pushes him down at the 43. That's going to bring up 3rd down and about 3 yards to go. Davion Harris, the redshirt freshman from Abbeville, on the stop. So here we go again, this time 3rd and short, but they've converted on every 3rd down so far.
They have. Yeah, wouldn't it be ironic, right? They make the big 3rd and longs. Maybe they won't make the 3rd and short.
3rd down and 3 from the 43. Wingate at its own 43. Near side comes Himes. The man out to the right. Holmes looking to the sideline. Pugh next to him to the left. Play action, back to throw. Going to fire it long down the field for Himes, and it is incomplete. Jalen Himes was the intended receiver, and the coverage man for Newberry was number 11. Let's see who.
Yeah, McFadden.
It was McFadden. Avery McFadden.
Just turned around at the last second, got the hand up there, may have put a finger on it.
And
remember, he almost did that with that touchdown pass, too.
That was a huge play. After we mentioned, of course, that Wingate had converted on 3rd and 22. They don't convert on 3rd and 3. So Wingate now to punt. Here's the snap. Kick is away. Fair catch called for and made right around the 23-yard line. So Newberry will have it 1st and 10 with an opportunity with 4:04 to go to drive down and try to tie the score.
Kind of an interesting strategy right there on the 3rd and short. They go for a deep, long pass over the top to try to maybe catch them sleeping, but you would tend to think they have the personnel, the firepower to just pick up about 2 or 3 yards and continue the drive, but they opted not to do that, and it cost them.
All right, so here come the Wolves for their second offensive possession of the night. Desashore and Dorsey are going to go wide to the left. Coleman's going to come to the near side. Motion by Desaussure. They're going to throw it to him on a screen. He's going to have to try to sidestep some defenders. He does, but still doesn't get away as he maybe gets back to the line of scrimmage. Well played by Wingate for sure. Nice job by Desaussure to try to get away. Just couldn't do it. Ryan Green, the middle linebacker, finally made the stop on him. No gain. It'll be 2nd down and 10. I like the call. It just didn't work.
Yeah, he was out in the open field, and so like you said, he just had to kind of shed a defender there, but by the time he did that, he lost all his momentum, and that allowed Green, the linebacker, to come over and make the stop.
Quez Spells is the Newberry running back right now, by the way. They play action fake it. Sharpie in trouble. He's going to get sacked, slung to the turf by that same tight end, Guy Taylor. Reed had nowhere to go, and you're going to get a fairly decent spot, if you ask me, at the 13. We'll take that. He got slung all the way back to the 10, but they're going to mark it, I guess, on forward progress or maybe backward progress to the 13-yard line.
You know, just kind of like a naked rollout coming this way. He spun around, and Taylor was just right there, not fooled at all. We were talking about that, just kind of anchoring down those corners, and on that one, well, unfortunately, Sharpie went right into his hands.
Listed at 6'3", 245 pounds. He's a big young man. 4 wide receivers for Newberry, and now out of the backfield goes Spells. Here comes Reed on the run. He'll run out of bounds up near the 20-yard line. And now a flag comes down. Marker on the play. One of the Wingate players onto the sideline must have said something. Let's see if they caught him or somebody else.
Yeah, one of the Wingate players, and then one of the blockers for Newberry kind of went down right after Sharpie had passed him, and the helmet came off.
Coach Knight is out there talking with the umpire right now. White hat, you can't hear him because the field mic doesn't work. Again,
Mathis, by the way, who got his helmet.
Face mask
there
against Wingate.
Yeah, that must have been it. He yanked Tyleek's head off, basically. Well,
and then one of the players had something to say to the Newberry sideline below also. They're lucky they didn't get thrown a flag for that as well.
Yeah, I was kind of watching that play there, and you notice that tight end, or the defensive end, Guy Taylor, the big guy, he kind of bit on the inside, and he was contained, and you notice, look what happened, right? If you can do that, you can get that edge and move the ball.
1st and 10, they've moved the ball to the 36-yard line. 2:13 to go, first quarter, 7-0 score Wingate. Motion by Desaussure. Down the field he goes. Sharpie looking to throw. Now rolls out to the left, comes back to the right. Going to try to throw it, and he's just going to throw this into the sideline. He had Gray Leapart open for a minute, but I'm not so sure he was able to see him because he was running for his life.
Yeah, and that was one situation there where Leaphart was the tight end over here on this near side, and he was blocking Green off the corner there, but you can only do that so long. That was the thing that Sharpie just couldn't find a receiver downfield. He had to scramble around, but then Green got loose, and the chase was on at that point.
Trips to the left, one-man Coleman to the right. Sharpie hands it off. Quez Spells up the middle. He'll bang across the 40 to the 41. That's going to bring up 3rd down and 5. Stopped on the play by Manjoy Burt. Or Manju Burt, I guess is how you say that.
He's over here. Yep, Manju. Okay, interesting name.
We'll go with that. 3rd down and 5 for the Wolves from the 41. 2 wide receivers left, 1 to the right. Norris on the wing rider of the H-back position. Motion by Dorsey. Here's a handoff again, straight ahead. And Newberry's only going to get it out to the 44. That's a gain of 3, and that's a yard, actually 2 yards shy of what they needed. Ryan Green is going to make the stop, and Newberry's got to punt again.
Yeah, on their own side of the field here, ball's at the 44. And just can't take that chance, still needing about 3 yards for the first down.
Burt Nettles to punt it away. Ron Warner dropping deep for Wingate. Here's a snap to Burt. Nice wobbly spiral. Warner's going to make a fair catch inside the 15-yard line. So again, Newberry not able to move it down. 41 ticks left here in the first quarter. Still 7-0 Wingate. Flag down on the play, by the way. Didn't see that. Out around the 24-yard line. Let's see what this is going to be all about. The ball has been spotted at the 12. Apparently it was no penalty, but the flag was down. That was for sure.
Maybe they picked it up. I'm not sure. I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was down there, and they picked it up, but I'm not sure what that was about. But they didn't enforce a penalty here, so Wingate is going to have it 1st and 10. At their own 12-yard line, they're moving it up to leading 7-0. Takes the handoff, keeps it himself, crosses the 20 to the 21. So the quarterback on the keeper, 6'2", 215, redshirt sophomore out of Charlotte. Takes the ball out to the 21. That's almost a 9-yard gain. Avery McFadden on the stop. 2nd and we'll call it 2. They've actually marked it at the 21, and they need to get it not quite to the 23, but it's more than a yard, but perhaps less than 2. Handoff coming near side. That's Pugh. He's going to dive to the 25. That'll get it done. Another first down for Wingate. J.B. Brigman makes the stop. And that's the end of the first quarter of play with a score of Wingate 7, Newberry nothing. Bulldogs of Wingate will have it 1st and 10. Just shy their own 25 at the 24 when we come back in 1 minute. Saving nothing Wingate as we move to the second period. Now let's get to those first quarter stats.
All right, for the Wingate Bulldogs, 6 first downs. They've got 6 rushes for 26 yards. Holmes through the air, 6 of 6. It was a perfect 100% there. 86 passing yards, 12 plays, 112 yards. They have 2 penalties for 24 yards. Time of possession just 2:38. Okay, no, I think that's a little bit wrong because they're only totaling up to about 6 minutes there. So 2 for 2 on third downs. For Newberry, 3 rushes, 13 yards. Sharpie 2 for 2 for 10 yards. Check that.
Those sound a little off to me.
Yeah, they do. A little low. 5 plays, 23 yards.
Play action fake. Holmes back to throw. Goes down the middle, and that one is going to be caught by Estranza. Inside the Newberry 40 he goes. Down to about the 39-yard line. Another big pass play for the Bulldogs. No markers down, I don't think. Now the side judge comes up to the white hat. By the way, Lenore Ryan did beat Valdosta Al 32-25 on their Lancero Lounge scoreboard.
They absolutely did. So they bounced back with a pretty nice win over Valdosta State. No easy task.
Emory, especially there, Emory and Henry beat Carson Newman 19-13, and Anderson beat UVA Wise 50-7. A couple of games underway. Mars Hill at Catawba in addition to this one.
Yeah, that one, by the way, tied at 21 at the half.
All right, here we go. 1st and 10 for Wingate from the Newberry 39-yard line. Quick toss over the middle. Big tight end has it. Accent on big, 6'5", 235. That's Everett Joyner out of Columbia, South Carolina. A first down to the 21-yard line.
And he absolutely ran over Jaden Kinders right there. and kept going an extra 5 yards.
He is a big tight end.
Oh, yeah. Just a little toss right over the middle. It was wide open.
1st and 10, Wingate from the Newberry 21. Handoff to Wallace, who's in there at running back, and he's going to push down maybe for a half a yard. Devron Williams makes the stop on him. There's basically no gain here. It's going to be 2nd down 10.
Yeah, nice job by Williams, just right there finding the gap, plugging it, and absolutely having that momentum just stopped him cold.
13 and a half to go, first half, 7-0 Wingate, but they're just outside the red zone again.
I know we saw what Devron Williams could do last year, and I tell you what, he is really making his presence known last couple of weeks.
3 men to the left, tight end right. They hand it off once again to Wallace. Wallace is going to take it down near the 17, and that's going to bring up what will be 3rd down and about 6 yards to go. Mikey Blandon on the stop. Well, the 3rd down conversions for Wingate have been just about perfect, if not perfect. Maybe once, that one time I guess it was, they didn't make it.
The last one that they had a punt, right. So they're 2 for 3.
Here's 3rd and 6 from the Newberry 17, so obviously a pretty big play here. Back to throw is Holmes, fires out wide open to the left is Pugh, and he's going to run it into the end zone touchdown. Nobody near him.
Yeah, something happened over there. There was no corner on that far side. Everybody was lined up to this side, and they just pulled him out in motion, and you could just see it developing. He was all by himself on that far side.
Touchdown Wingate, 13-0 the score, 12:31 to go here in the first half of play. And here comes Caleb Bonesteel, 5'11", 180-pounder, out to try the extra point out of the hold of Rivers Teeter. Teeter puts it down, Bonesteel hits it up, and it is good. So it's now 14-0 Wingate, 12:31 to go in the first half. Back to Setzer Field in 60 seconds. Tyleek Mathis and Quez Spells will be deep for the Wolves here to receive this Wingate kick, as the Bulldogs have now taken a 14-0 lead here over the Wolves. 17-yard pass play from Holmes to Pugh on that one, and not a soul touched Pugh. He just kind of waltzed into the end zone for the touchdown. Here's the kick. Newberry needs to get an offensive move going here and maybe stop a little bit of this bleeding. That goes into the end zone for the touchback.
Well, you didn't think it was going to be easy, did you? It's a South Atlantic Conference game. What do you expect?
Yeah, I sure didn't think it was going to be easy.
No, we knew it was not going to be easy. Right now, a little bit kind of going up the hill here for the Newberry Wolves. But, boy, you'd like to see them put a consistent drive here, get some points, feel a little confident, and just kind of get back into this game. You really don't want to fall behind these guys 17 or 21 points.
Trips right, Coleman alone to the left. Reed hands it off to Ken Main, and they dive right on him, only a gain of a yard. It'll be 2nd and 9. Ken Main Brunson back in there. Jonathan Cross, defensive tackle, makes the stop. 2nd down, 9 yards to go here for the Wolves. moving right to left, trailing 14-0 as we approach the 12-minute mark here in this second period. Motion out of the backfield by Brunson. They throw it out to him, and boom, he gets popped right away. But he stays on his feet and dives out to the 31. How about that?
Yeah, it failed to wrap him up over there on that far side. He gets a few extra yards.
He does indeed, and it's going to make this third down a little bit shorter than it would have been. Because we were looking at 3rd and almost 10 here. Now you're looking at 3rd and 4, so he really did a nice job of breaking loose and getting about 6 yards on that play.
Yeah, he sure did. I'd like to maybe kind of see Newberry do a little more about this, kind of hit the flats, spread this defense out, and see if you can get our speedy receivers doing something downfield.
4 down linemen for the Bulldogs. Here's Reed back to throw, fires it up the far side. Coleman has it. Was he in bounds? That's the question. Flag is down.
This might be kind of like a defenseless hit or targeting kind of thing. He went up high to Coleman's head area.
Well, Coleman, of course, 6'2", went up the ladder.
He pulled it down. He held on.
He did pull it down. Now, the Wingate coaches are not real happy. That flag is down across the way. There's a committee meeting between the umpire, a couple of the other officials, and the white hat right about the 41-yard line on the far side of the field here. The flag was thrown up near the 48-yard line, which was the point of attack.
I'm just wondering if it is kind of like a defensive player.
Targeting.
Yep, there it is. Kind of went up toward the head area.
We can't hear what he said, but that's definitely a targeting move, so that player should be ejected.
Maybe he was.
Yeah, I don't know because we don't have the audio from the white hat, but that's going to take us to a timeout. They may... I mean, the official on the sideline where the flag was thrown was right there. They're going to actually go over and take a look at this. The call is targeting, so there's a timeout on the field. They go to the tent to take a look at the replay. We'll be back in 30 seconds. I don't know. All right, well, here's the deal. They have placed the ball at the 48-yard line, so the play, notwithstanding the penalty, I think will stand. But now if this, I assume if this is a targeting, they're going to add some more yardage to this.
Possibly so, yeah, another 15 yards.
But the ball is at the 48. The downs marker still back at 3rd and 4 at the 31, so they've not moved the change yet. But the white hat and one other official overlooking at the videos under the tent across the way.
And also, was it ruled a completed catch?
Yeah, that's another good point.
Maybe it wasn't caught or he came down out of bounds, but he still took the hit. So it just kind of depends. There's two issues there. Was it a catch, and then what's the penalty?
Very good point. That's probably the case. The ball is at the 48, which would be a first down, but the sticks, as I said, still 3rd down and 4 from the 31.
Yeah, and it really doesn't matter, actually, because if it's incomplete, but it's the penalty, well, it's going to have the first down anyway.
Exactly.
So Newberry is in good shape here. Main thing is DeAndre Coleman coming out of that intact.
Well, the stands across the way are about as full as I've seen them.
Yeah, they are.
And I look down below here, same thing here. Not to mention the folks who are back behind the hedges. This is maybe the biggest crowd I've seen here in a while.
I think so. This, I think we've definitely, especially that other side, now that you really mention it, but yeah, it is virtually full.
And that doesn't count the people out on the terrace up above.
There's more than meets the eye up there.
So here comes the white hat. Again, we won't be able to hear him. He's playing with the field mic here, trying to make sure he can get it to turn on. I think it's not even working. Well, no targeting, they say.
And they're bringing that ball back.
Yep.
So apparently it was not a catch.
Wow. So that's why now it's going to be 4th down and 4 yards to go from the 31.
Wow, how did that turn around so quickly? We thought that we were going to be in great shape out past midfield. First down, new set of downs, and all of a sudden we have to punt it away. Nothing went Newberry's way.
All right, here we go. Burke Nettles out to punt away once again for the Wolves. End over end kick coming toward the near side. Fair catch bobbled but made at the 36. So Wingate is going to have pretty good field position here. 1st and 10 from their own 36. They're up 14-0. 11-11 to go here in the first half of play. Bulldogs will have it when we come back in 1 minute.
It's just stuck there.
Back here at Setzer Field, Hugh Gray, who's your partner on Friday nights, and one of our comrades just sent me a text and said you could hear those helmets hit up on the terrace across the way. I don't know how they could overturn that. But they did.
Ordinarily, yeah, they make a lot of noise down there, but given that was Hugh calling that, we trust him implicitly, so, yeah, maybe they missed that one.
All right, so 1st and 10. Maybe we should give him a mic. If I'd have known he was here, I'd have gave him a mic or given him a mic. All right, 1st and 10 for Wingate now from the 36-yard line, moving left to right, leading 14-0 here with 11:11 to go. Here's the quarterback keeper by Holmes. He's going to run out to the left side, and he'll push his way across the 40 to the 41-yard line, gain of 5. It'll be 2nd down and 5. Mikey Blandon again on the stop. 2nd and 5 for the Bulldogs. Jackson and Himes to the near side. Handoff. Looking for room is Pugh, Xavier Pugh. He'll take it just across the 45. And does he get the first down? I think he does. Another conversion here, or another move of the sticks by the Bulldogs.
Yeah, they're definitely able to move that ball. I wish we had, unfortunately, the stats are not really shaping up here for us in the booth, but they're really mixing it up. I mean, some runs, passes. They've been pretty successful at either one.
3 receivers to the right. Basically the field, the near side of the field. Here's a throw out in the right flat. And it is caught by Warner, but you can hear the Newberry fans below raising Cain here about a
hold.
Hold on the corner.
Their number 7 down there, the one of the blockers over here, and absolutely was just pulling on one of the Newberry defenders' jerseys.
Well,
and you had everybody on the line just jumping up and down. They did not see it.
Gain of 2, 2nd down 8. Could be 2nd down and 20. Back to throw Holmes. Now going to step up and try to run. That ball is going to be caught at the 31 behind the defenders. It is caught for a huge first down, but we do have a flag down on the play. this may be coming back. For what reason, we don't know yet. Pass was caught by Bridges Teal, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, the crowd was also up in arms on that one. One of the defensive ends for Newberry here on this side was, again, the offensive lineman just had him wrapped up.
Flag is back at the 32-yard line. It's a hold against Newberry.
Yeah, that's what they're calling. Well, the penalty situation is really not going Newberry's way tonight. Let's just put it succinctly like that.
Wow. First down for the Bulldogs at the Newberry 20-yard line. They lead 14-0 as we approach the 9-minute mark here in this first half. Trips to the right. Tight end on the left. That's Joyner. Handoff goes to Wallace. Wallace up the middle down to the 10. And he'll get pretty much another first down on a 10-yard run there. Stopped on the play by Charles Smith.
I probably have the feeling that Coach Knight afterward may have a word or two about the officiating tonight. Already.
I think he'd have a good point. Yeah. Only a 9-yard gain, 2nd and 1. Well, the Wolves could use a turnover right here. Hand off to Warner, or Wallace, I should say. And Wallace is inside the 10 to the 9, and that will indeed be a first and goal. Davion Harris on the stop. 8 minutes to go here in the first half. Wingate with a 14-0 lead and in the red zone yet again. Wide to the left goes Wallace. 2 men to the near side. That's Himes and Jackson. And the quarterback Holmes on the keeper down to the 5 and dropped there. 2nd down goal to go. 7.5 and counting here in this first half. 2nd down goal to go. Ball down at the 5-yard line for the Bulldogs. Two men right, one out to the left. Holmes with Pugh to his right. Acosta to snap it. They give it to Pugh, and Pugh pushes. See where they're going to spot this. Down around the 2 or 3 yard line, it appears. Now Wingate on 3rd down goal to go from the 3. You could hear the Wingate coaches all the way in here yelling, go, 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 go. They wanted him to hurry up. Now they put Holmes, the quarterback, out to the left. They straight snap it and into the end zone for the touchdown. I believe that's Warner. Just a wildcat snap to Warner with Holmes, the quarterback, split out to the left, and he scores the touchdown, and it's 20-0.
Yeah, it was the running back, Xavier Pugh, actually, who got that, yeah, as you said, the wildcat formation, kind of a bit of a hurry-up offense, but they also brought in, like you kind of say, like the jumbo package in there, and he was able to dance through the right side.
A couple of Wolves got hands on him, but they just couldn't stop him. Here's the extra point try coming up from Bone Steel. It is up, and it is good. Still 6:24 to go here in the first half, and Wingate has opened up a 21-0 lead. We'll be back in a minute. here at Setzer Field. Newberry now trailing 21-0 to Wingate, or Wingate if you prefer. As they get set to kick off to the Wolves here, left to right. Mathis and Spells deep for Newberry. Still 6:24 to work with. The Wolves really need to try to punch at least one in here before we get to the break. That's for sure. Here's the kick finally. And that one is going to go into the end zone for the touchback. Wolves will have it 1st and 10 at the 25.
Well, remember last year it was kind of just like this. We lost 38-0, in case you've forgotten that one. Oh, boy.
Thanks. I had wiped that out of my mind.
Sorry. We're down 21. Do the math. I don't want to even do the math. They have scored a bunch on us over the last year and a half.
Other scores in the SAC today: 19-13 Emory Henry over Carson Newman, 50-7 Anderson over UVA Wise, and LR 32. Valdosta State 25. What about Mars Hill Catawba?
We do. Late in the third quarter, Catawba has pulled ahead of Mars Hill 28-21.
Trips to the near side or the left, one man to the right. That's Coleman. Sharpie back to throw. Going to fire for Coleman on a little turnaround. He makes the catch. That's an 11-yard gain and a first down. Well, there's another big catch by this young man who was transferred here into Newberry, and he has made an immediate difference. See if he can be the guy to maybe get something going here.
Yeah, get the spark here from Hueytown, Alabama.
Maybe Allison country.
I got to talk to him about that. I'm going to sit down and have a NASCAR talk with him.
Two men to the right, two men to the left. Sharpie back to throw, fires. Once again, he's got Coleman up near the 40-yard line. That's a gain of 4. It'll be 2nd down 6.
Well, if it's working, keep it going, right? He's hauling him in. Get it near him. He'll pull it down.
Yeah, he's pumped.
By the way, on that no call on the holdout over here, I was watching. DeAndre was basically busting a spleen over here and was about to lose his hair, which is no easy feat.
He got a lot of hair.
He was upset.
2nd and 6 now for Newberry from their own 40-yard line. 5:23 to go in the first half. 21-0 Bulldogs. Coleman goes to the right. Two men to the near side. Now Coleman comes to the left. That's going to put 3 men. And now we've got timeout called here by Newberry just as the play gets started. So the Wolves decide to take a timeout. We'll hold it right here. Back to the Lancero scoreboard. Clemson, of course, beating North Carolina today 38-10. There were a lot of blue seats in the crowd there about after halftime of that football game. Georgia 35, Kentucky 14. Cincinnati over Iowa State 38-30. Michigan beat Wisconsin 24-10. Illinois over Purdue 43-27. BYU beat West Virginia last night 38-24. So those are some of the scores from earlier today. How about this one? UCLA. Let me make sure this is updated before I give it to you. UCLA, that game must have gone final, so let me go down and try to find it here. I think UCLA pulled a big upset today. They did. 42-37. They beat Penn State.
I was looking over your shoulder here. Looks like ninth-ranked Texas. Is that a final?
It is a final. Florida beat Texas 29-21.
Oh, no.
Oklahoma beat Kent State 44-0. Couple of surprising scores there.
Yeah. Looks like Dabo Swinney's kind of taking a little heat off him right about now.
Yeah, they
probably hearing a lot about that, right? They're calling for his head already.
They scored on the very first play from scrimmage on a pitch and then a pass. 2nd down now for the Wolves. 6 yards to go from the 40-yard line. Newberry at their own 40 with 5:08 to go here in the first half. 21-0 Bulldogs. Newberry looking to try to get something on the board here before halftime. There's a throw over the middle. That pass is caught. Across the 50. Down to the 48-yard line. That is caught by Gray Leapart, the tight end. And Newberry picks up another 1st and 10. Inside 5 minutes to go. Tackling the play by Aaron Cloud.
Now, they got plenty of time. Still have 2 timeouts to work with as well. Let's get a score on the board here.
Coleman alone to the right. Dorsey and Desaussure, I believe it is, to the left. Handoff. This goes to Quez Spells. Spells spins. There comes a flag as he gets near the 45 of the Bulldogs.
Got a lot of help.
Flag thrown in there. Kind of got in a scrum there and pushed it on further, but there's a marker on the play.
An extra 3 yards on that one. And I came out right during the play was happening.
Holding against Newberry. They see it against Newberry, but not against the other team.
Yeah.
That's par for the course around here. I mean, blatantly here on the near side, you saw it.
Yeah.
And that
We
happened.
blatantly saw it. That was clear as a bell.
That happened last week at LR. There was one right on the logo they didn't call. Ball all the way back to the 43-yard line of Newberry. It'll be first down and 20.
Well, unfortunately, Coach has been talking about the low penalty numbers, and that's going way up in this game.
I'll stay silent.
Yeah.
First and 20 from the 43. Norris in motion, gets to the left. Now here comes Dorsey. They fake it to Dorsey, and Reed goes up the middle and spins to the 48-yard line. So that's going to bring up second down, and what will be about 14 yards to go. 3:45 remaining here in this first half. 21-0 Bulldogs. Wolves with the football, second, and about 14 yards to go. Scrimmaging from their own 48-yard line. Trips to the right, one man to the left. Spells remains the running back. Reed back to throw, fires, and it is incomplete. Desaussure hit from behind just as the ball goes by.
That was a very close timing play right there. May have made a little contact before that ball was there, but it was awfully close.
Third down, 14. Ball at the 48. Newberry's got to get it down to the 38. That's the 48 of Newberry to the 38 of the Bulldogs. Clock stopped with 3:15 to go after the incomplete pass. Reed back to throw. Fires down the post for Desaussure, and it's almost intercepted. Well, Keith was open in a seam, but the ball was overthrown, and one of the Bulldogs actually got a hand on that, but did not pick it off. But it's fourth down, and once again, here comes Burt Nettles. Torrey Kelly, the safety, was the man back there. Burt Nettles again to punt away. Wobbly kick, gonna hit, take a Newberry roll, see if the Wolves can get to it, and they don't. It gets into the end zone. Boy, four guys down there, and one of them slow getting up as they tried to dive in there and knock that ball back, but couldn't quite get there, and one of the Wolves is shaken up, so the trainers will head out there. I don't know if he hit on a shoulder or what happened. Trainers are quickly out to check on him. One time there, you wish the ball hadn't taken such a vicious bounce,
Yeah.
if you will. It took a really hard end-over-end bounce toward the end zone, and they just couldn't quite get there in time.
Trying to pull up some current stats.
That's
here.
Elijah Vereen, by the way, who's coming off the field with a little bit of help.
Seen a lot of playing time last year. Not as much this year.
I don't know if he hit his head or what happened. He did come out under his own power, but one of the trainers still has a hold of his arm. So it'll be first down and 10 yards to go. for the Bulldogs. On their own 20-yard line. 2:59 to go here in the first half. Newberry down 21-0 to Wingate.
Sharpie, by the way, 7 of 11 through the air, but only 42 passing yards in the first half.
Back to throw. Holmes comes up the field. That pass is it caught or? They say he trapped it. Pass intended for Jalen Himes. I'm not so sure about that one. He may have gotten that ball scooped up there, but they call it an incomplete pass. We'll take it. 2nd and 10. Near side wide receivers, Estranza and Jackson. Himes goes over to the left. Motion by Estranza from right to left. That puts 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Play action, throw out to the right, left flat rather, and Newberry's going to run that down just over the 25-yard line. Mikey Blandon again there. 2:40 remaining in the first half here. It's going to bring up another 3rd down for Wingate. 3rd and about 3, but Al, they have been dynamite on 3rd down conversions tonight.
Yeah, they are 4 for 5, while Newberry is 0 for 4.
Well, therein lies one of the problems.
Yep. Just cannot keep the drive going.
3rd down, call it 3. Ball at the 27. Holmes hands it off straight ahead, and Newberry's going to stop this one. Nobody going anywhere on that one, and it'll be 4th down, and Wingate's going to have to punt. Quan Peterson and company in there to make that stop. That takes us to the 2-minute quote-unquote timeout. We'll be back in 1 minute.
This is
Tyleek Mathis will drop deep for Newberry as Wingate gets set to punt this away. Newberry's got 10 men up on the line of scrimmage. Here's a snap back. Punt is away, coming toward the near side. Mathis is going to have to let that hit. It takes a Wingate roll, and a roll out of bounds up around the 22, 23-yard line. They're going to say 23, I think. So the Wolves have 151 to work with here. They still need to try to punch something in there before halftime.
Yeah, they've only got 42 passing yards, though. 26 rushing yards. So when we get to these stats, they're going to look a little anemic for the Wolves. 68 total yards in the first half. This Wingate defense is doing the job.
And if my memory serves me correctly, I would say most of that probably went to DeAndre Coleman.
Yeah, he's the one who's pulled in most of those passes, I think. Again, Sharpie is 7 of 11.
Back to throw. Friars underneath. It is caught by Desishuri. Avoids one tackle. 30, 35, and out of bounds at the 36-yard line. Actually, the 37. That's a gain of 12. It'll be 1st and 10.
Yeah, nicely done there by Reed. He had a couple of white jerseys in his face. He hung in there and delivered that pass right on target.
1st and 10 for the Wolves from their own 37. 1:44 to go here in the first half. Bulldogs leading the Wolves 21-0.
Yeah, and you know the task ahead of you. You got to get back into this. You got to score 3 touchdowns minimum
Back to throw, Sharpia. Rolling out to the right, fires. It's caught again by Coleman. Coleman at the 50, looking for blocks. Turns the corner, tight ropes down the sideline, and is pushed out of bounds at the Wingate 40-yard line. Torrey Kelly finally pushes him out. First down, Wolves at the Wingate 40.
Well, he ran a long way because he was over on the far side, but he was just looking for the seam. He got the blocks. He came to this near side, picks up the first down. What a nice catch and run.
Mathis, Dorsey, Desashore to the right. To this, the near side, is Troy Reed, who is checked in. Back to throw, Sharpia. Plenty of time. Going to roll out to the right now. Looks for help and going to fire. That ball is nagged over there. Just snagged right out of the air by Troy Reed, I think it is. Or was it Dorsey? I think it was Dorsey.
No, that's Desashore.
Yeah, it was.
Number 5, right? That's him over there. And he was right about a yard shy of the marker. He tried to get across there, but he just could not. He stepped out of bounds with all the defenders right there pushing him out.
Second and a yard to go for Newberry down at the Wingate 31-yard line. 21-0 the score, Bulldogs, but Newberry with 1:24 still to work with here before the break. Handoff, Quez Spells. Breaks across inside the 30, down to the 29. One of the Wolves' offensive linemen a little slow getting up. I believe that was anyway, quick play here for Newberry. Here's Dorsey. Dorsey fights through a tackle. First down out of bounds, down near the 15-yard line.
Yeah, going with a hurry-up offense, trying to catch the Wingate defense on their heels, and it worked. Nice little pass to the far side. Dorsey pulls it in and gets the first down.
Multiple substitutions now for the Bulldogs on defense. Here comes Jonah Norris in for Newberry, replacing Tyleek Mathis. You're going to have Dorsey and Desashore to the near side. Reed is going to be to the right or the far side. Wes Spells remains the running back, but Jonah Norris is back there with him. So 2 men in the backfield with Reed. Play action fake. Reed fires toward the end zone. That ball is incomplete. One of the Wolves got held, and there's the flag. No question about this one. They held Desashore.
Yeah, absolutely. They held him up on that one. Didn't even let him get near that pass.
Well, finally.
Let's take a look at the penalty situation here. Newberry, 3 for 39. Wingate 2 for 25.
I'm not sure that's right either.
Me neither, but these stats are showing as of just about in the last minute on the clock here, so
maybe so.
Maybe they missed a couple, though.
Yeah.
It seems like they have been penalized.
There have been more flags than that. I know that.
Yeah, I think so. That stat might be a little bit off.
So the ball is going to be moved down now. Let's see where they put this thing. They're still trying to figure out where to go. Here comes a timeout from the officials. They have to huddle to figure out what they want to do here. And it was interference in the end zone. And
ball was at the 15, right? So
that's where it was to begin with. It's going to be first and goal to go. That'll be sure for sure. They've marked the ball at the 10. I don't get that.
Me neither. You'd say half the distance, perhaps. At that point, it would be about the 7.
2 men to the right, 1 to the left. Motion by Jonah Norris. Motion off the right side. They fake it. Here goes Sharpia up the middle, and he's going to get hit hard down near the 7-yard line. I'd like to go. What was the reasoning on that? I'm not so sure about that. Second and goal, though, for the Wolves at the 7. 43 seconds and counting here in the first half. Newberry needs to hurry up here. Empty backfield. 5 wide receivers, 3 left, 2 to the right. 30 seconds and counting. Sharpia back to throw. Fires. Caught. Touchdown. I believe that's Gray Leapart.
Yep.
Leapart dragging back of the end zone, wide open, touchdown.
Well, just what this offense needed. 2-minute offense right here, and they drive the field for the first time in the half. They finally get the score.
21-6, and here comes Burke Nettles to try the extra point out of the hold of Coleman Gray. Gray puts it down. Nettles hits it. It is good. 25 seconds remaining in the first half. Bulldogs 21, Wolves 7. Back in a minute. Well, Newberry finally gets on the board here. Reed Sharpia with a pass to Gray Leapart, 7 yards and a touchdown. 21-7 the score now. Newberry trailing. 25 ticks left here. See if Nettles can put this into the end zone for a touchback. And this one is going to be hauled in right around the 5-yard line. So Wingate is going to have a return, and Newberry's on it pretty quickly. Not much going there. Shy of the 20-yard line. Return man is wrestled to the ground. 19 seconds remaining here in this first half of play. Omar Williams made the stop for the Wolves. Ball at the 21. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs, who lead 21-7. Want to give up anything big here in the last 19 seconds?
No, absolutely not.
That's for sure. Holmes awaits the snap. Drops to throw. Fires. Pass is going to be caught out of the backfield by Pugh, and he's run out of bounds at the 25. So it'll be a short gain of about 4. And we'll bring up 2nd and around 6 with 13 seconds remaining. Stratford on the stop, or on the push out, if you will. 2nd down and 6 for Wingate from their own 25-yard line. 3 men out right to the left, tight end on the right. Here's a handoff. And that ball almost got stripped there. They got it to Pugh. Devron Williams runs him down. Somebody almost stripped that ball away, but I think that's going to be the end of the first half of play. It is. Time has expired, and we have come to halftime. 21-7, Wingate with the lead. The Wolves do punch one in late. Back in a minute. back here at Setzler Field, 21-7. Bulldogs of Wingate with the lead. They scored obviously 3 times before Newberry did. First drive was an 8-play, 76-yard drive, and with 12:22 remaining in the first quarter play, Elijah Holmes passes to Carlos Estranza for 16 yards for the touchdown. The second score was Elijah Holmes passing to Xavier Pugh, 17 yards. That capped the 7-play, 88-yard drive. It was 14-0 after the point after. And then Pugh, once again, the running back, up the middle for 3 yards and a touchdown, capping a 9-play, 64-yard drive, and that made it 21-0. And then the Wolves would score with just 25 seconds remaining in the first half. Reed Sharpie on a pass up the middle to Ray Leapart, 7 yards, and the touchdown. Newberry went 77 yards in 8 plays on that drive. So that's where we are, 21-7. Bulldogs of Wingate on top. We'll take a 2-minute break and be right back.
And welcome back to Setzler Field. Al Delo Chica along with Hall of Famer Jimmy Coggins. And we'll get you those halftime stats now for the Wingate Bulldogs. 13 first downs, 21 rushes, 79 yards overall. That's just shy of a 4-yard gain per carry. Through the air, Holmes was 13 of 15, 204 passing yards, just shy of 16 yards per pass. Overall, the Wingate offense ran 36 plays, 283 yards in the first half for the offense. 2 kick returns for 38, 4 penalties for 47 yards, 2 punts averaging 42, time of possession 17-24 for the Bulldogs, and that third down efficiency number 4 of 6, and that's what allowed them to keep a lot of those drives going. For the Newberry Bulldogs, 9 first downs, 11 rushes, only 28 yards on the ground. Reed Sharpie was 12 of 16 through the air for 109 yards, 27 plays, a total of 137 yards for the Newberry offense. And I know the penalty number is wrong. It says 2 for 25. That just can't be for Newberry. So we got to, hopefully they'll fix that one. Time of possession just 12:36 though, and 0 for 4 on the third downs. And that's just a key stat right there that they were not able to convert. And right now we're actually quite lucky that they were able to move that field 2 minutes, get the touchdown. And we were talking about it. They are going to get the ball first. So let's see if they can make something happen and get a little closer and put a little pressure on Wingate.
Well, Holmes is 13 of 15.
They updated that.
Which is pretty amazing.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
204 yards and 2 touchdowns. And then for Newberry, of course, on offense, Sharpie 12 of 16, one touchdown. So that's the passing story. And if you look in on defense, as far as tackles, there he is again, Mikey Blandon. 9 total tackles, 8 solos, and 1 assist. And that's pretty good.
Absolutely. Between he and Devin Williams, I tell you, once Devin came back, remember, he didn't play the first couple of games, but now that he has come back, those two guys, I mean, just anchoring the middle of this defense. Not too much going up the middle, I can tell you that. But right now, like I said, that passing defense, Wingate 204 yards through the air. That's pretty impressive. They were able to pass it around, sling it around, and they were able to move that ball. And like we said there, that's very good, 4 of 6 on third downs. And you kind of compare those stats, right? And that's kind of where it hits the rubber hits the road, so to speak. They're able to continue the drive. Newberry just can't.
I'm just counting here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 different people have tackles for Wingate, led by that big defensive end, Taylor, who has 4 totals. But other than that, you've got 3 or 4 guys with 2 tackles, and then the rest of those guys with 1. So they have spread the tackling duties out quite a bit. 14 different people have made at least 1 tackle, and then most of the rest 2, except for Taylor, who has 4.
Yeah, they've been pretty effective, and like we said, 137 total yards that the Newberry offense has been limited to, and we're just kind of not used to that. They're usually we're the ones slinging it around and all that kind of stuff, and he's trying. I mean, Sharpie is not bad. I mean, when you look at 12 of 16, those are pretty good passing numbers. The problem is it's only 109 yards. I mean, they're short passes. Notice they haven't really been going deep down the field at all, and they're kind of taking what they're giving them, but they've kind of shut down our running game for the most part. What is that, 20? I got 28 rushing yards. So, yeah, I don't know. They may have to either amend the strategy to go through the air a little more, since that has been a little bit more effective, or just try to find something with some plays that get those running backs up and down the field.
All right, Wingate's drives have been 8 plays, 76 yards, 7 plays, 88 yards, 9 plays, 64 yards, and Newberry's drive was 8 plays and 77 yards. So very similar numbers there in terms of plays and drives. All right, 21-7 is the score, but as Al mentioned, Newberry does get the ball to start the second half. That's the good news. We'll be back with more of our halftime show in a couple of minutes. Back here at Setzler Field, checking the Lancero Lounge scoreboard. 21-7 the score here. Bulldogs of Wingate on top. Other scores, first quarter, Texas Tech leading Houston 9-0. First quarter, Minnesota 3, Ohio State 0. First quarter, Florida State 3, Miami 0. First quarter, Mississippi State 3, Texas A&M 0. Final score today, Oklahoma over Kent State 44-0. UCLA pretty much shocks Penn State by the score of 42-37. Penn State made a game out of it. At one point, it was 27-7, and then Penn State rolled off 14 points in the third quarter, 16 points in the fourth quarter, but UCLA with 7 and 8 respectively to win 42-37. Bit of a surprise there. And then Florida beating Texas by the score of 29-21. I know that makes you sad.
Yeah, Arch Manning just trying to find his way still, I think. A lot of pressure placed upon that young man.
Well, Vanderbilt drops its first game of the year. Alabama takes care of them. Final score 30-14. Georgia beat Kentucky 35-14. It was Iowa State over Cincinnati 38. Cincinnati over Iowa State 38-30. Michigan beat Wisconsin 24-10. Notre Dame over Boise State 28-7. Illinois 43, Purdue 27. And a final in overtime, Virginia 30, Louisville 27. And some of the scores that we mentioned earlier this afternoon, Clemson over in North Carolina 38-10. Georgia beat Kentucky. And last night it was BYU over West Virginia. Al, you have any updates on the SAC?
No, we don't. All games were already gone final, as you mentioned there. And again, that was. Let's see if I can get it up here. We're having some technical issues. I don't know what's going on here. The stats have just not been coming in fast and furious.
While you're looking,
you have those finals. Let me get the one that is still going on.
Yeah, Emory and Henry did beat Carson Newman 19-13 earlier today. Anderson all over UVA Wise 50-7. It was Lenore Ryan basically coming from behind. They led early, then they got behind, but they came back to beat Valdosta at Valdosta 32-25. And Mars Hill is underway at Catawba.
Yeah, we do have that one late in the fourth quarter. Catawba pulling away 42-28 over Mars Hill. We'll go ahead and take a 2-minute break after this.
Right back here at center field, both teams, at least Newberry's back on the field, and Wingate now coming through the gate across the way from the McLean Gymnasium. 21-7, Wingate with the lead, but Newberry does get the football.
Yeah, that's the good news right there. They got a lot of momentum. Let's see if they can carry that into the second half right here. This first drive is going to be pretty big.
All right, so we'll take one final break here before we get to the second half. Newberry to get the football to begin the second half, as we just mentioned, 21-7. The Bulldogs on top of the Wolves. We'll take a 2-minute break and be back. Back here at Setzer Field, still a couple of minutes away from the start of the second half. Newberry down 21-7 to the Bulldogs of Wingate. Wolves will be in Greenville, Tennessee next week as they'll take on the Tusculum Pioneers. And I believe, Al, it's a 2 o'clock kickoff, I think.
It is. Early afternoon in Tennessee. Unfortunately, we were talking about this. Due to my duties on Friday night, we're going down to Fox Creek outside of Aiken down there. It's going to be a late night on Friday night. You may be heading out a little bit early on either Saturday or maybe even Friday with the team perhaps. So, Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make the trip up to Tennessee. It's always a great place. Great facilities there to call the game and to watch a game. So good luck to the Wolves. You calling it, of course. I will be listening in at 2 o'clock for the game time and, of course, the pregame as well.
All right, that's a week from today. Newberry at Tusculum. 90 seconds, and then we'll be back. started here finally in the second half of play. Tyleek Mathis dropping deep on the far side. Quez Spells on the near side. As Wingate will kick it off left to right to the Wolves.
Well, the thing is right here, you just can't panic, right? I mean, the coaches, they're looking out. They're making adjustments. They're going to come out here. And obviously what you'd like to see is a good, consistent drive, score the touchdown, and then it's a new ball game, right? And it's just a one-score game at that point, and you got a whole half to play.
That's exactly right, and Newberry wants to try to do something with this first possession of the second half. Here's the kickoff. It's going to be hauled in by Spells. 10, 15, 20, and hit from behind as he gets out near the 21-yard line. Quez Spells on the return. So you look at that as kind of a net 1-yard gain, really.
Yeah, not too bad. And I noticed that when he made that catch, he kind of slipped just a little bit. And had a great presence of mind not to have that knee touch the turf because, boy, he would have been down right there. So he made a great catch and a great return after that.
So the Wolves will start 1st and 10 from their own 21-yard line, moving right to left, trailing by 2 scores, 21-7. They call hold against Newberry here. I didn't see the flag.
I did not either.
So that's going to push him back to kind of what you were talking about. Back to the 11-yard line.
Yeah, I'm sure, like I said, just prepare yourself for a coach possibly addressing those penalties here tonight.
1st and 10 now from the 11 instead of the 21. And here comes Reed Sharpie and company. Dorsey wide to the right. 2 other men out there with him. Coleman to the near side. Jonah Norris goes in motion. Handoff, stutter step. Out to the 19. Kenmaine Brunson on the carry. He just got a little extra yardage there by that little stutter.
There he did.
So the ball at the 14. Basically a gain of 3. It'll be 2nd down 7. Reed back to throw. Fires out underneath. Sidesteps a tackle. Sidesteps another tackle. And Kenmaine gets out to the 21-yard line. Or close to it. They're going to mark him shy of the 21. That would have been the original line of scrimmage. Now they say it's a 1st down. We'll take it. Jayden James on the stop.
Yeah, he made just such a nice cut, planted the foot, changed directions, and the defender right there just blew right by him, and that was the key to breaking that play open.
1st and 10 now for the Wolves, so they got out of the hole back to where they should have started at the 21. Desasure. He and Dorsey trying to get the call here as to what they want to do. Newberry has to burn a timeout.
Yeah, they were kind of not too happy with some of the receivers going, what's going on.
So Newberry burns the first of its 3 timeouts here in the second half at the 13:39 mark. Keith Desasure and Rico Dorsey were a little concerned about where they were supposed to go, and the coaching staff decided to call the timeout here. So we do have the timeout in the field. We'll hold it right here.
Well,
every score in this ball game so far has been either an 8 or a 9-play drive. I think Newberry's was 8. 2 of the 3 drives by the Bulldogs were 8-play drives. One was a 9-play drive.
Yeah, and you got 2 pretty good punters out here tonight. They are really booting it well over a 40-something yard average. So they're pinning the opponents deep.
All right, so play about to get back in here. 1st and 10 for the Wolves at the 21. Opening possession of this second half. Down by 2 scores, 21-7. Brunson remains the running back to the right side of Reed Sharpie. Wide receivers motioned by Leapart, the tight end, to the right side. Now motioned by Dorsey. They fake it to Dorsey. Now Sharpie are going to run. He's got some space. He's going to throw. It is caught by Desasure. Out at the 42, maybe the 43-yard line. They may give him the 44 here, because that's where he caught the ball. And now, do we have another marker on the play?
It may have been past the line of scrimmage. Let's see.
Yep, the flag is thrown on the far side, not on the near side. That's what it is. Well, not only did he get the penalty, but of course you just heard the loss of down. So now Newberry looking at second down and what'll be close to 14 yards to go here.
Yeah, that was one where, Reed, I think he decided to tuck it. He started to run, but then all of a sudden, he's always surveying downfield, and he had his man, and he decided to throw it, but just a little too late.
They pitch it to Desashore on an end around. He looks for room, and it's going to be run out of bounds at the 20. And that's not going to get much. It's going to get him back to the original line of scrimmage, and it'll bring up third down at about 10.
Yeah, real close to a late hit there along the sideline, but they didn't get the flag.
It was close. I think some of the coaches down there were asking for it. Didn't get it. Third and 10. Motion by Coleman that puts all three receivers to the right. Here's a dump off to Brunson. Brunson, 25, 30, 35. First down, Wolves. Ken Main Brunson, the little guy, all the way out near the 38-yard line. Manjao Burt on the stop, or Berthe.
He just had one blocker on this side, but the rest was him. He was going left, going right. He was able to pick up that first down. Nice play.
All the way to the 38. Couple of nifty moves there by Ken Main after he got the ball. So the Wolves get a fresh set of downs. That's just what they need here on this opening drive of the second half. They're down 21-7. 3 minutes deep here into this third quarter. Now they fake it to Norris. Throw. Oh, just out of the outreached hands of Quest Spells, who was open too. Desashore might have been open for a moment as well, but the ball just a little too tall for Quest to come down with.
Oh, that was too bad, because the two defenders had basically gone with Desashore over the middle, and that left Quest Spells all by himself on this near side, and if he pulls that one in, it was going to be a foot race to the end zone.
Second and 10 now for Newberry from their own 38.
Well, at least we got something. DPI right there, defensive pass interference.
All right.
Maybe that's why he couldn't get to it. He held him up there, interfered with him.
Takes the ball to the 48-yard line, and Newberry does pick up a first and 10 after all via the penalty. Tight formation right for the wide receivers. Desashore out to the left. He's wide open, but I'm afraid Reed's not going to see him. He's being chased for his life, and he's thrown out of bounds across the way. And that one was close. Boy, Desashore had broken behind the coverage. If Reed would have been coming this way, he would have seen him, and that might have been a touchdown.
Yeah, well, this is what we've been talking about all night. I mean, the defensive secondary for Wingate has been really doing a good job. They're taking away those long routes from these very speedy Newberry receivers, and Sharpie is doing his best to try to get it to him, but they're covered.
Here's another penalty flag thrown by the officials. I thought he ran out of bounds.
He threw it right before he hit out of bounds, but he hit an offensive lineman with it. And I guess since it did not go beyond the line of scrimmage, they're going to nail him with the penalty. He would have been better to just throw it out of bounds or just, something like that.
Unbelievable.
But he threw it back toward the field. That's the problem.
Lost back to the 41. Of course, it's a loss of downs as well. Here's a run up the middle by Spells. Quest Spells across the 50, down to the Wingate 46-yard line. It's going to bring up third down and about 4, maybe 5, depending on the spot. Ryan Green on the stop for the Bulldogs.
Well, Spells seems to be moving that ball pretty well. So I would say keep it going to him if you can.
Coleman to the near side. Desasure and Dorsey to the right. Third down. Call it 5 from the Bulldog 47. Sharpie rolls to the right. Wants to throw. Fires. It is caught right at the stick, I do believe, by Dorsey. First down. And that does move the sticks yet again.
Well, sometimes you just take what they give you. Dorsey goes underneath, comes back to Sharpia, but not far enough so that he can't get that first down. Just a nice job of running the route, knowing where you are, and giving the target to your quarterback.
Ball just outside the Wingate 41-yard line. Dorsey, who just caught the ball, will come wide to the left. Desasure will be in the slot on this side. Jonah Norris, H-back left. Quez Spells remains in the backfield with Reed. Norris on the end. No, Reed keeps it. Fakes it to Norris. First down. Sharpie is slung to the turf. I thought he got forward progress to the stick, and he just got horse-collared over there and slung to the turf.
Yeah, he was very close to the stick there, but that was where he was held up, and then the defender back there, I'm trying to get his number.
Pretty vicious tackle, but he comes out of it okay.
I believe it was Torrey Kelly, guy out of Columbia, South Carolina.
Second down from the Wingate 34. It'll be 2nd and 3 as the Wolves come up. And they snap it to Brunson out of the Wildcat formation. Flag goes down along the line of scrimmage. Ken Main has the yardage, I think, for the first down, but we got a marker down on the play and a Bulldog down on the play. Well, here comes another penalty. Are they getting paid by the flag tonight?
I hope not.
They call the chop block against Newberry. Injury timeout. Bulldog down on the play. 9:26 to go in the third quarter. 21-7 Bulldogs over the Wolves. Timeout. We'll take a break and be back in a minute.
I think it was him.
All right, just as we came back, they pitch it to Desasure on an end around, a little jet sweep, and he takes it inside the 30-yard line or 35-yard line. Do we have another marker on the play here? We do. Back at the 46-yard line. Are you kidding me? And that nullifies the run for the first down. Or what would have been close to a first down anyway.
Well, needless to say, it looks like Newberry is getting scrutinized quite a lot tonight. They better be careful because this is going to keep going if not.
Ball all the way back to the 44-yard line of Newberry. They've got to get it down to the 31, I believe it is. Maybe the third, just inside the 32, not quite the 31, to pick up the first down. And the penalty fest continues here. Trips to the right, one man to the left. Quez Spells the running back. Reed back to throw. Ball is thrown. It is caught. Caught by Spells out of the backfield. He'll run out of bounds up at the 49-yard line. Diego Aviles was the man who ran him out. So Newberry gets some of that real estate back. A yard shy of midfield. Call it 3rd and 20. Spells to the left of Sharpia. Trips right, one man left. Reed back to throw. Over the middle. He's got his man. That's Coleman down at the 36-yard line. So that'll be about 5 yards shy of a first down.
Nettles is not coming out.
Fourth down, and right about it's a long 4, short 5.
Now it looks like they're going to be going for it. Or if it's 5 yards, they may do a hard count. See if they can get them to jump, perhaps. Let's see if they do that or not.
7:25 to go here in this third quarter. 21-7. Newberry's had the ball the whole time. They just haven't been able to punch it down because of all the penalties. Play clock down to 10.
Well, they're gonna have to snap it because they're gonna have to waste another timeout, so they have to.
Here's the snap back. Sharpie to throw, being chased. Now fires. It is caught at the 30-yard line, and that is a 1st and 10. They may even mark this at the 29. It is Coleman again.
Yes, it is.
On the catch. So Newberry converts on 4th down.
I'll tell you what, you gotta just really be glad that you got a quarterback like Reed Sharpie because not only can he sling it, but he can run. He is being chased all over the place. They are breaking down that pocket really quickly on him, but he's somehow making it work.
1st and 10 from the Wingate 29. Play action fake. Sharpie being chased. Comes toward the near side. Now throws underneath to Spells. Spells to the 30, the 25, the 20, the 15, the 10, the 5. Touchdown! Chris Spells! Check the field for flags. I don't see any.
That's what I was doing. I don't see any. Well, we were just talking about it, and just another incredible scrambling play by Reed Sharpia to know where his receivers are under that pressure. Just incredible.
And what a run after catch by Quest Spells. 21-13 with the point after try coming up.
Well, we were talking about it is something Quez Spell, for some reason, he was moving this ball. And they got it to him.
Kick up by Nettles. It's good. 6:11 to go in the third quarter. It is now a one-score lead for the Bulldogs of Wingate. 21-13, now 21-14, and we'll be back in a minute. All right, now 21-14. Wingate still with the lead, but the Wolves draw a little bit closer here. As Burt Nettles gets set to kick away, right to left of the Bulldogs. 29 yards on the play. Sharpia to Spells, and some really neat yak yards for Quez Spells. Here's the kick. It's going to be hauled in right at the 10. Newberry down, misses a couple of tackles, 25-30, 35, and down he goes near the 40-yard line, just shy of the 40 at the 39. Wolves almost had him for a short gain on the kickoff return, but he got away and takes it to the 39 before he's finally pulled down by Xavier Preston.
Yeah, that one on the kick there, fielded at the 10-yard line, but the guys just couldn't get down there quick enough. And got a good return.
See if this Newberry defense can turn up the heat a little bit. Won't be easy against Holmes and company. Two receivers bunt short left, one to the right.
Yeah, look at this setup. Nobody out wide.
Play clock down to 2. They just get it off. Hand off to Pugh, left side. Newberry's going to stop him right near the 40-yard line. One of the Wolves looking for a hole there, I think. Jaden Kennard on the stop. Jadon Eason had his arms up. Like also in there was Jeffries. Gain of 2. It'll be second down 8. Now look at this setup. Bunch of big guys out to the left. 2 men to the right. Only 3 men on the line of scrimmage. They throw it. It is caught with a lot of blockers over there. The ball is loose, or that's a headgear.
No, that's a helmet.
I thought it was the ball there for a minute.
Yeah, me too. His head come off.
And the mark is going to be out near the 48-yard line. They had a couple of linemen out there with a receiver. Only 3 men along the line of scrimmage where the ball was snapped, and it's 3rd and 1.
Yeah, you had 3 little pods of players, far side, middle, and mid side.
Well, the Wolves are going to have some penetration here to stop this one. 3rd down and a yard to go.
They're 4 of 6 on 3rd downs.
Ball at the 48. They need to get it to the 49. Trying to draw Newberry off sides. Play action pass. Being chased. They got him! Back at the 36-yard line. Flag on the play. Back at the line of scrimmage. It's going to go against Wingate, I think.
Some of the Newberry players clapping their hands.
There you go.
For one of the first times tonight,
Yeah.
they're able to get to Holmes in the backfield for the sack.
And get the penalty.
Yep.
The loss back to the 36. 4th down and 13. They didn't spot off a penalty, though, did they?
No, that was where he was sacked.
Well, what about the illegal hands to the face?
That's a good question. They declined it.
Okay, we did.
To
All
take
right.
the play because
All
it
right.
was more than
Gotcha.
10 yards.
That makes sense. All right, 4th down, 13 yards to go. Snap back. Newberry comes. They don't get it. Catch made at the 25-yard line by Tylake Mathis. And Newberry will have this football with 4:28 to go in the 3rd quarter and a chance to drive down and tie the game.
Yeah, here you go. Now that was why that first drive was so key to get the points on the board. Now you just have it's a 1-score game. You're right back in it, and you've got the ball back.
And we've got a timeout apparently on the field here. So with timeout, 21-14, 4:28 to go in the 3rd quarter. Newberry within 1 score with the football. We'll take a 30-second break and be right back. .428 remaining here in this 3rd quarter. 21-14 now. That was a 16-play, 89-yard drive by Newberry. Reed Sharpie to Quez Spells. It goes for 29 yards. Most of those after Spells caught the football. So the Wolves are within 1 score now of Wingate, 21-14.
Too bad they don't give Sharpie all the yards he was running left and right and being chased because he was probably running more than 100 yards on that drive himself.
Yeah, if he had east-west yardage tonight, he'd be up there, wouldn't he?
Sure would.
Only get credit for the north-south.
But boy, can he scramble, can't he?
He sure can.
Boy, and still deliver it downfield.
Kenmaine Brunson in the backfield, motion by Jonah Norris. Play action fake. They throw it out to Desasure. He drops the ball. Incomplete. Keith trying to juke the defender and just didn't get a handle on the football.
Yeah, I wanted to make that catch and then put the stop and then reverse direction, but unfortunately, right when he did that, that ball got there and he was just unable to haul it.
You won't see that happen too often.
No, you don't.
Desasure is going to be in a slot right. Dorsey wide of him on this next setup. You'll have Mathis and Coleman to the near side. Brunson remains the running back. Now motioned by Dorsey. They fake it to him. Roll to the right. Over the middle it goes to Mathis. Mathis 40, 45, 50, 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15. Down inside the 15-yard line goes Tyleek Mathis. Diego Aviles finally makes the stop, or Mathis would have scored.
Yeah, he would have. He had to just chase him down from behind because, once again, DeAndre Coleman was down there providing the blocks. Excellent job just getting him yard after yard after yard, but he had to keep kind of moving left, right. And when he did that, it scrubbed off a lot of his speed, and Aviles was able to catch him from behind.
1st and 10, Newberry down at the 12-yard line of the Bulldogs. Norris and Spells in the backfield with Sharpia. Fake to Norris, and they trip up. They trip up Reed behind the line of scrimmage. Back around the 16-yard line. That's going to be a loss of about 4, almost 5.
There he is again.
Yeah, Viles again on the stop, trying to make up for that big one. Ball at the 17, actually. Not sure about that spot, but that's where they put it. 2nd down from the 17. 15 yards to go for a first down. 17 yards to go for a touchdown. Trips right. Coleman left. Play clock down to 5. They got to hurry. 3, 2, 1. And Newberry has to burn a timeout. Coach Knight is not happy.
Yeah, Reed, I think, just kind of didn't pay attention to the clock. I thought he was. I thought he was going to get up there to snap it, but then he stopped. He backed up into the shotgun formation, and at that point, you just knew he wasn't going to snap it.
Same thing happened last week, remember? They had to burn 2 quick timeouts and were down to 1. It did not come back to haunt them, however. As Newberry won that one up at Lenorine and Hickory last week.
Yeah, but in the very end, though, they did need that one final timeout to stop it with like 3 seconds for that final field goal.
That's true, but at least they didn't need another one.
Exactly. Right now, they only have 1 left, though.
And we've still got 2:49 to go here in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah.
But the Wolves have scored twice here in the 2nd half. Once on an 8-play, 77-yard drive. Sharpie over the middle to Leapart for 7 yards and a score. And then Sharpie with a pass to Quez Spells. It went 29 yards for a score. 8 plays, 77 yards on the first drive. 16 plays, 89 yards, and overcoming some penalties on that second drive. All right, 2nd down, 15 for Newberry. Trips to the right, 2 men to the left. Sharpia alone in the backfield. Now Spells comes back there with him. Reed back to throw. Steps up. Now going to run out to the right. He's going to throw. It is incomplete. Trying to get it to Desasure, back corner of the end zone on the right-hand side. It'll bring up 3rd down. One of the Wolves down on the play.
He had a little room to run on that far sideline. He could have got it inside the 10 for sure. Maybe close to the 5.
And I didn't see what happened here, but one of the Wolves is down. And that might be, I don't want to speculate here, but is it Coleman?
That's what I was possibly thinking.
Because he was right down there with Quez Spells.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was any contact. I don't know if he turned and twisted something. And he is down.
Well, one thing is they're not looking at his legs. They're up talking to him up near the shoulder.
Coach Knight out there with him. So the injury timeout continues here. We'll hold it and we'll make sure that's they get him up. He's sitting up. That's the good news. Well, DeAndre Coleman, the transfer out of Hueytown, Alabama, as we said last week, he didn't catch a touchdown pass, but he made some great catches that helped that win along, and he's done so tonight. It is Coleman, and as he is up, and he is trotting off under his own power, so that's good news.
Yeah, you'd hate to lose him, let me tell you.
Oh, no kidding. All right, third down. It's going to be 15 yards to go for a first down, 17 yards to go for a touchdown. 2:41 to go, third quarter, 21-14. Bulldogs over the Wolves. Trips right, one man left. That's Brunson. He comes into the backfield with Sharpia. Reed back to throw, rolls out to the right. Now going to set. Now comes back to the left. Now still looking. Now spins away. Now spins away again. Can he find somebody? Goes to the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown. And the helmet comes off on the hit. The Wolves score.
Yeah, he paid the price, but I think he's too excited to feel it.
Desashore on the catch. And he got lowered the boom on.
Yeah, I don't know. That was a really clean hit because he was in the end zone, made the catch. I mean, I guess you got to try to maybe jar it loose, but that seemed a little cheap if you ask me.
Flag down back at the 15-yard line.
Well, a lot of times with that kind of scrambling that Sharpia was doing, sometimes you'll get a hold call.
I agree with you on the hit, though.
Yeah.
Committee of 4, now 5, in the middle of the field inside the 15-yard line. Some of the Newberry players up with the officials there. Coaches are calling them off. Let's see what the call's going to be. Ineligible downfield. Targeting on the touchdown. Yeah, well, it should be. So you got ineligible receiver downfield. You made a good point, Al. When you're scrambling around like that, that happens.
It does, unfortunately. Well, watch. They're probably going to come back here and say no targeting, and then we're going to get the hold and go all the way back.
Yeah, but you're right. That was a vicious, vicious hit.
Yeah, because he was kind of going down very low, kind of almost sliding, if you will, to pull that in. And when he did, then the defender just came and just lowered the boom on him and just slammed him up high into the turf.
All right, as they go to the monitor across the way, let's take a 30-second break. Well, it's 2 minutes and 24 seconds of game time left here in the third quarter. Right now, the scoreboard's showing 21-20, but we've got an ineligible receiver downfield, so that's probably going to come off the board. Then you've got a targeting hit in the end zone. They are reviewing it, but you're right, Al. If they say no targeting, then it's going to
all against Newberry.
It's going to back Newberry up. I mean, I'm really amazed, quite frankly, that Keith Desashore, who is not the biggest person in the world, got up that quickly.
Me too. It was a vicious hit. He quickly got up as if it didn't even faze him.
He's listed at 5'10", 165, and I don't know if he's quite that small, but he is really tough. But I'm amazed that he jumped up that quickly. His helmet came off, and he's celebrating catching the touchdown pass.
Maybe it's one of those that just looked worse than it really was.
So the flag at the 15-yard line, and then we've got the targeting in the end zone, although there is no flag down there. And the officials still over at the monitor under the tent on the Wingate sideline.
That was an incredible play for Sharpia even to see his receiver back there and then deliver a strike. It's not going to count, unfortunately, but what an incredible play.
It really was.
Yeah, they had him dead to rights 2 or 3 times back here scrambling around. It's incredible what
he
can do.
spun left, right, and threw the ball. It's going to be a darn shame if it comes off the board, and I'm afraid it will.
Just won't even be part of the box score at all.
2:24 to go here in the third period. 21-14 most likely here at this point. They do have 20 up on the board, but I'm afraid that we'll just wait and see what the official call is. But they're still under the 10 over there.
But whatever has happened, whatever adjustments they have made here,
you know what
have worked.
What I like about this is there are Wingate players and coaches looking at this play on that monitor across the way on the Wingate sideline.
Yeah, right around there.
And, I mean, it's there. They need to get back in the box.
Isn't the line at the 30? I mean, what are they all doing kind of way over there? Yeah.
Well, the team that's on the field is okay. They're on the field, but you got a bunch of players and coaches
just on the
down
sideline
at the 25-yard line watching the monitor. That doesn't seem right. And probably for convenience is why the monitor is over there, I'm guessing.
Maybe they should move it a little further into the corner or something. I don't know. But
How about over to Rosemont Cemetery? Well, here they come. 3 of them. Of course, they stop and talk to the Wingate coach. Coach Knight's over here on this sideline. He can't go over there.
They may be telling him that the player is out or something. Who knows?
This is... Here we go. Another look back by the white hat here. They are going to call targeting. And there you have it. And
I don't have him here on this roster.
I got him right here. It would be, well, I don't have a number. Xavier Pusey, only 6 I have, and he's an offensive player.
Yeah, he's a running back. Maybe he called the wrong number.
Let me see if I've got it on.
There's an 8 who's a safety who would have been back there, but I don't know.
Yeah, I've only got 1-6 on both of my Wingate rosters. Oh, number 2 it was on the defense. So that is Torrey Kelly, the safety.
We've called his name before. He's made some big plays.
Well, that's why we couldn't find a number 6. It was not one
it wasn't
on defense.
Yeah, it wasn't number 6. All right, so, offsetting penalties there. They lose Mr. Kelly, so now we wrap it up and do it again.
Yeah, still 21-14. Obviously, Newberry looking at third down. Third down from the 17. They can get a first down if they get it to the 2. So 3rd and 15 for the first down. 3rd and 17 for the touchdown. Wide to the near side, Troy Reed in for Coleman. Desashore and Dorsey to the right. Reed back to throw. Steps up. Now going to run out to the right. Now being chased. And he's going to throw into the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Holy cow. It's Dorsey. My goodness, what a catch, what a throw, what a scramble.
Sharpia. How many times can we say this? He was running for dear life again, tiptoeing along that far sideline again, and somehow manages to find a receiver downfield. Incredible. He's got to get some award. I mean, even if they don't win, if they come back to win this game, Newberry should laud Reed Sharpia as much as they can.
I think the red flag has been thrown by the Wingate coaches across the way. So they're going to challenge the call for the touchdown. If it's a catch, it's a first down anyway. But Rashawn Jordan, who is the head coach.
What are they challenging? Whether it was a touchdown or whether maybe Sharpia stepped out of bounds or what?
I don't know. I don't know what
to see.
Yeah, and once again, Wingate looks at the video outside the box.
They're all over there.
And they're finally going to move them back this time.
Yeah, now the referee's making them go back a little bit.
All right, timeout on the field to look at this play. We'll take a 30-second break and be right back. Back here at Setzer Field, another review. If you think about it, this is the second touchdown Newberry has now scored. The first one was called back because of an ineligible receiver downfield, and then the targeting call. Then they throw on 3rd and 15, a 17-yard touchdown strike to Rico Dorsey Jr.
And it was right at that front pylon, and I guess this may be what they're challenging. Yeah, he may have caught it, but did that ball break the plane in Dorsey's possession?
Well, if he did catch it and it's not a touchdown, it's 1st and goal.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good point, because even if it's not a touchdown, you're right. They were within the 2-yard line because he was right on top of the pylon, so that would be a 1st down. So not the worst of circumstances for that.
Well, don't hold your breath.
Yeah, well, yeah. They might come up with something else, right? Hopefully it's a touchdown and that's the end of it.
Once again, though, Wingate's getting this great look at the screen across the way, outside the box. Newberry's got to move that monitor, I'd say.
Move it a little, because there's the little walkway. Maybe if you move it just to the other side, that's far enough over down inside the 15, you won't have visiting players walking that far.
So the review continues here.
It's the 3rd review we've had tonight. Don't forget, they also had a huge touchdown call back last week as well.
They did.
Newberry. So they're scoring touchdowns, but again, some of those penalties. And this is not a penalty situation.
Once again, though, Todd Knight's down inside the 15, outside the hash mark on the near sideline. Well, here we go. Here comes the white hat. There we go. Touchdown, Wolves. Burke Nettles extra point away from a tie ball game here.
Wow. Well, it's been a 3rd quarter that has gone to the Wolves, that's for sure. They have turned it on.
2:09 to go, 3rd quarter.
Whatever happened in that locker room did the trick.
Holman Gray to put it down. Here's the snap. Kick is up, and it is good. 21 Newberry, 21 Wingate. 2:09 to go, 3rd quarter. And we'll be back in 1 minute. That is now 3 unanswered Newberry touchdowns to make it 21-21. Remember, the first one came with 25 seconds to go in the first half. It was 21-7. And then Newberry has scored 2 touchdowns here in the second half with 2:09 to go in the 3rd quarter to tie this thing at 21 apiece.
Yeah, they were down 21-0 way back. But like I said, what a third quarter here for the Wolves. Have dominated the time of possession in this quarter and has punched it in some incredible plays by Reed Sharpie and his receivers.
Burt Nettles to kick. This one comes down at the 3. 10, 15, 20, and out about the 24-yard line on the return for the Bulldogs. And they'll start 1st and 10, shy of their own 25. 2:03 to play now in this third quarter.
Well, I remember we were talking about how Wingate, the offense, they had, close to 300 yards. Newberry was way back 150 or so. Well, now look at this. It is totally turned around. Wingate has 280 total, but Newberry's now overtaken him. 321 yards total offense, and that's the offense that we have been seeing this season.
Elijah Holmes awaiting the snap, trips to the right for the Bulldogs. Play action fake. Holmes back to throw, throws it underneath. The pass is caught by Pugh out of the backfield. He jukes out to the 31-yard line before Mikey Blandon is up to double digits now in tackles.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Made a great play, too, because he was just about to overrun that receiver, but he got the arm out and got a hold of him around the waist and did not let him go.
2nd down 3, pickup of 7. Bulldogs at their own 31 now. They hand it off to Pugh up the left side. He'll have the 1st down as he pushes almost to the 40. 39 for sure. That's another 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs.
Well, he had a lot of help. A couple of those big old, almost 300-pounder guys helping him along as well.
Yep, bit of a push or a scrum there, if you will. 1st and 10. We can get it to 40, right at the 39, almost the 40. 65 seconds and counting here in the third quarter. Another tight formation here by the Bulldogs. One man short to the left, 3 in a pod to the right. Back to throw Holmes, being chased, and he's going to be pulled down for a loss of a yard at the 38-yard line. Good job there for Newberry. Is that Omar Williams?
I think it is, yeah, 46.
Pink number's a little hard to see on those scarlet jerseys when they get kind of crunched up. 2nd and 11. Fumble! Ball is loose. Picked up by the Wolves on the far side of the field. Newberry has it inside the 35.
Yeah, I didn't catch the first man who hit him, but he made the hit, thought he stopped him, and didn't even realize the ball had popped out. He was kind of celebrating on the hit, and one of the other Wolves on the far sideline saw it and quickly pounced on it.
1st and 10, Newberry at the Bulldog 34-yard line.
If I'm correct, this is the first turnover of the game.
You're right.
And what a big turnover. Newberry getting it at the Wingate 34.
Kenmaine Brunson will be the running back. DeAndre Coleman, who was shaken up earlier, back in the lineup. He goes wide to the right. Desasure and Dorsey to the left. Tight end. Leapart moves from right to left. Corner blitz. They give it off to Brunson, and he is going to be hit for a loss back at the 36-yard line. That's going to be a loss of 2. It'll be 2nd and 12. Manju Berthe on the stop. That is the end of the third quarter play. Newberry with 3 unanswered touchdowns to come from behind to tie this game at 21. And after a turnover, when we start the fourth quarter, they will have the ball. 2nd down and 12 yards to go at the Wingate 36-yard line. Back in a minute.
scar.
Well, the final 15 minutes of this football game coming up here at Setzer Field. Newberry down 21-0 at one point. It was 21-7 at halftime. Since then, the Wolves have reeled off 2 more touchdowns, and after a turnover, they now have the ball second down 12 at the Wingate 36, moving left to right toward the fountain. Sharpia back to throw. Goes long for Coleman. And Coleman gets tackled, incomplete. Pretty good coverage there, I'd say, but it was tight. And the size factor there, Coleman not that much bigger than the defender. They were trying to get him one-on-one. It was Brandon Perry, and he's 6'1". Coleman listed at 6'2", so pretty evenly matched height-wise there.
Yeah, a little bit too much of an arc on that pass there. Coleman had to hold up just a little, and that allowed Perry to really get good positioning. At that point, it was just a jump ball, fight for it. It bounced off of both of them and almost intercepted, but he couldn't hang on to it.
All right, third down 12. Brunson moves to the right of Reed. Reed back to throw. Going to fire it again for Coleman, and it's going to be almost picked off, incomplete. It'll be fourth down 12. Perry on the coverage once again, and you kind of hate to see this opportunity go awry after the turnover.
Yeah, you sure would, but it's now 4th and 12.
Ball at the Wingate 36.
I just don't know. That's a little bit too long to go for it, don't you think? But maybe a little pooch punt to try to pin him really deep, but offense is out there.
So far, they still are. You've got Desaussure and Dorsey to the left, Coleman to the right.
And if you don't make it, you're giving it to him at about the 30-yard line.
Tight end Leapart moves to the left. Play clock down to 10 here.
Coaches are jumping up and down.
Back to throw, Sharpia. Over the middle, he's got Desaussure. Desaussure breaks a tackle and gets down to the 20-yard line.
But he needed the 19. Oh, check that. The 24, excuse me.
Yeah.
He did get past it. What a great job by Desaussure there.
2 fourth down conversions by this football team in this second half.
Well, it's a tale of two. It's a 2 games here that we're watching. It was all Wingate in the first half, and that late response at the end of the second quarter by Newberry, and it has been all Newberry this second half.
Trips to the left, Coleman to the right. 1st and 10, Wolves down at the 20-yard line.
They got to hurry.
3, 2, 1, snap it. They just got it off. Here's Coleman on the catch inside the 15 at the 13-yard line. That'll be a gain of 7, maybe 6. We'll call it 7, make it second down 3. Boy, they just got that play off.
Barely. He is cutting it awfully close down there. You're right, 2 for 2 on 4th downs for Newberry.
3 men to the left, Coleman still to the right. Handoff Brunson. Brunson peels his way down near the 10. Going to be close to a first down here. It'll all depend on the spot.
The marker looks like it's right at the 10. That would be a first down.
It is. 1st and goal for the Wolves. The nose of the ball is inside the 10.
Yeah. So now 1st and goal, but you got the furthest distance to go, 10 yards out.
Yep. Nose of the ball just inside or right at the chalk or the line at the 10. Desaussure and Dorsey tight to the left. Throw, catch, touchdown, Rico Dorsey Jr. And the Wolves take the lead. Oh, my. Noah Collins on the coverage.
He just overran him. He was heading out toward that far sideline, and Collins, when he came up to make the tackle, Dorsey just plants the foot, changes direction, Collins goes right by him, and he just waltzes into the end zone.
27-21 with the extra point coming up. Now 4 unanswered touchdowns by the Wolves.
Don't forget, this was off the turnover. Huge mistake for Wingate.
Kick up, right through the middle. 12:40 remaining in the ball game. Newberry 28, Wingate 21. Back in a minute. All right, here we go. 28-21. Newberry's Burke Nettles to kick away to the Bulldogs. We'll give you the drive here in just a minute as Burke runs up. And that one's going to be hauled in about the 2 or 3 yard line. Cross field, 25, and down he goes near the 27, 28 yard line. So the Wolves with the lead here. 4 unanswered touchdowns dating back to 25 seconds to go in the second period. Jaden Morrison on the stop there for Newberry, by the way. So you've got a Reed Sharpie, a touchdown pass to Gray Leaphart, a pass to Quez Spells with a nice run after, a pass to Rico Dorsey Jr., and another pass to Rico Dorsey Jr.
Yeah, it was a big stop right there by Morrison, I tell you, because he had a head of steam. Could have gotten a lot more yards on that return.
They mark it at the 27. First down 10 for the Bulldogs. Pitch coming near side. This is Pugh. Pugh takes it out near the 28-yard line. That'll be a gain of about 6. Santori Jones on the stop. 2nd and 4 coming up for the Bulldogs.
Big hit right there for Jones.
By the way, that score after the turnover, 7 plays, only 34 yards. 2nd and 4 now. Holmes back to throw, fires, pass caught near first down yardage, caught by Estranza, and he'll have the first down as he gets to the 39-yard line. So he has it by a couple of yards. 11:44 to go in the game. 28-21 Wolves. One of the Bulldogs shaking up on the play, so we'll have an injury timeout. We'll take a break too and be back in 30 seconds. Back here at Setzer Field, injury timeout. One of the Bulldogs shaken up. 11:40 to go in the game. 28-21 Newberry. Let's go to the Lancero Lounge scoreboard. We'll update you on some scores there. Texas Tech, third quarter, leading Houston 28-11. Third quarter, Ohio State 21, Minnesota 3. Third quarter, Miami 14, Florida State 3. Third quarter, Texas A&M 7, Mississippi State 3. Final score today, Oklahoma blanks Kent State 44-0. UCLA upsets Penn State 42-37. Florida beats Texas 29-21. Alabama hands Vanderbilt their first loss by the score of 30-14.
Yeah, in the South Atlantic Conference, all games have gone final with the exception of ours right here. Earlier today, Emory and Henry defeating Carson Newman 19-13. Anderson all over UVA Wise 50-7. Lenore-Rhine comes back to beat Valdosta State 32-25. And then going final a little while ago, Catawba defeats Mars Hill 42-28.
All right, so those are the updates on the scoreboard. The injured Wingate Bulldog going out with help from the trainers across the way. Never got the number. They're all crowded around him. All right, here come the Bulldogs, 1st and 10 at their own 39-yard line. 11:40 to play in the ball game. Newberry 28, Wingate 21. Remember, it was 21-0 Wingate at one point. Bulldogs put 2 men to the left, 1 to the right. Holmes gets the ball, hands it off to Pugh. Pugh breaks a few tackles and gets all the way to midfield. That's 11 yards and a first down.
Yeah, just great job of running there, but have a wolf down on the ground.
Have another injury here, this time to one of the Wolves. And he's kind of rolling around in some pain. Again, we don't see who it is. Coach Knight has gone out to check on him. So 2 injuries in a row, one for the Bulldogs and now one for the Wolves here. An injury timeout. We'll take another break. Back in 30 seconds. Santori Jones, Al is the injured player there. He is sitting up. And they help him to his feet. Let's see if he comes out under his own power. He does. Santori, of course, one of the 3 safeties. And I think he's going to be okay. Or at least it appears he's going to be okay. All right, 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs at the 50-yard line. They're moving toward the Melvin and Dolly Yachts Athletic Performance Center, down to the Wolves now by 7. Elijah Holmes, the quarterback, puts a man in motion. H-back on the left, 2 men right, 1 to the left side. Handoff, Pugh, straight ahead, breaking some tackles, and finally going to be pulled down just shy of the 45-yard line for a gain of 4 to the 46. It'll be 2nd down 6. Avery McFadden on the tackle for the Wolves.
Yeah, it's nice shoestring tackle there. He could have gotten a lot more if McFadden doesn't hold on to his ankle.
6 yards to go for a first down from the Newberry 46 on 2nd down for the Bulldogs. Trips to the right, tight end on the left this time. Holmes back to throw. Fires. Incomplete. Pass intended, but too short for Xavier Jackson. Covering on the play, Quan Peterson. 3rd down. 6 yards to go for the Bulldogs.
Well, Wingate still pretty good on 3rd down. 4 of 7 for the game.
Pot of receivers to the right, 3. 1 to the left. Pugh remains the running back. Holmes awaits the snap. 3rd and 6. Holmes back to throw. Now runs up the middle. Newberry knocks him down at the 44-yard line. It'll be 4th and 4. And now we've got some extracurricular activities breaking out. Flags are thrown here. Mikey Blandon on the stop.
I think one of the offensive linemen for Wingate got kind of into it with one of the defenders for Newberry. They started rolling around down there. Flags everywhere. Let's see if this may be just offsetting. Hopefully that's it.
Well, notwithstanding the penalty flag, it's going to be 4th down and 4 for the Bulldogs to the Newberry 44-yard line. 10-12 to go in the game. Newberry up 28-21. Bulldogs have reeled off 4 unanswered touchdowns dating back to 25 seconds left in the second period.
You just wonder, are they going to possibly pin it on one guy or not? Also,
well, all the officials in the backfield back there came running up at the same time. I don't know what they saw. I actually saw the tackle by Mikey, and then I looked over and saw the rolling around on the ground. They call personal foul against the offense. Wow.
Well, they still end up with
fourth down.
He called a fourth down, so they're probably either going to go for it or have to punt it away.
Fourth down it'll be at the Newberry 44-yard line. Offense looks like they're going to stay out there for the Bulldogs, or maybe they aren't. Let's see. Still 10-12 to go in the ball game. I think the head of officials is going to have a lot to talk about this week with this crew.
They file a report or something. Newberry needs to file a report with the SAC office, I think.
All right, fourth down. Bulldogs are going to go for it. 4th and 4 at the Newberry 44. Crowd on their feet here. Holmes awaiting the snap. Drops back to throw. Pressure coming, and he's hit as he throws. Incomplete. Jonathan Sexton rifling through there.
Great job. They brought a couple of extra bodies on that defensive line and just absolutely overwhelmed them.
Newberry will have the football 1st and 10 at their own 44-yard line.
It's kind of like everything that was kind of going wrong with Newberry in the first half has been rubbed off now onto Wingate. They can't do anything really too right. They've given up a turnover. That allowed Newberry to score a touchdown to take the lead. Now they go for it on 4th. They can't find anybody. The pressure gets to them, and they get the big sack, and they have to turn it over.
Dorsey and Desisure wide to the left. Coleman to the near side or the right. 2 men in the backfield now with quarterback Reed Sharpia. Motion by Desisure to the outside. Handoff, Jonah Norris. Norris pushes across the 45 to the 47. You'll get 3. It'll be 2nd down, 7 yards to go.
Well, now what you want to try to do here, still 9:40 to go and counting. You want to have a nice, long, steady drive, eat that clock, and if you can add some more points, that would go a long way toward possibly coming back. You have to start thinking about it. What is the largest deficit Newberry has ever come back from? This is a 21-point deficit.
That's an excellent question.
If they can hang on and win this ball game, that's a huge deficit to overcome.
Trips to the left, 1 man to the right. Sharpie back to throw. Fires. It's intercepted, and it's going to go for a touchdown. Wingate is going to score, and it's the big tight end, or big defensive end, rather, Taylor, who picks it off and goes the distance.
Well, there goes the interception streak, right? Mistake there by Sharp. He fed it over and Taylor was there. There's just no excuse in that one. He just fed it right to him.
Easy catch and nobody to stop him.
Now nobody back there. It was right along the line of scrimmage. A couple of white jerseys. He was one of them, and he had the receiver, but he was on the outside. Taylor was on the inside, and like I said, he threw it anyway and threw it right into the waiting arms of Taylor. So they're probably going to tie it up here. Man,
so
not
now,
what we wanted to do.
No, of course not.
After we had just said, right, that try to kill the clock and all that, and oh boy.
Bonesteel out to try the extra point. Oh, the missed snap, and Newberry's going to stop him. So the Wolves will have the lead still here.
That's something.
28-27. I think the snap came along the ground. I don't think that was a design play at all.
No, it was a low snap. He couldn't handle it. Tried to pick it up and run it to the far side, but they got him. So, hey, doesn't matter how much you beat him by, you just need one. And right now, Newberry's got the one.
Well, I think we go back to what you said earlier, and you say, let's have a nice, long, sustained drive.
Well, next play, look what happened.
Yep. So, all right, 28-27. Newberry with the lead. Back in a minute. Well, a Reed Sharpie, a pass intercepted by Guy Taylor, and he takes it the distance for the touchdown, but the extra point try did not go through. They never even got a chance to kick it. The snapback was low. The holder started to run. Newberry tackled him, so the Wolves retain the 1-point lead here, 28-27, with 9:03 to go in this ball game.
Yeah, I just hated for Reed's first interception of the season to be a pick-six interception of all things.
So Wingate now to kick off to Newberry, right to left. The Wolves are going to send Mathis down on the far side. And I believe that's Alex Meeks, one of the tight ends, is going to be on the far side, and Mathis on the near side. Here's the kick. And he goes into the end zone for the touchback.
One thing we have been noticing, not one touchback by Burton Nettles. And that, remember, he was in that one game, he got Special Teams Player of the Week. He had something like 5 touchbacks out of 6 kickoffs. And not a one. You just kind of wonder, what's going on. Is the atmosphere is a little different. The cooler air doesn't fly as much, or so. I don't know, because he has not gotten one into the end zone.
That's interesting. And
yeah,
I thought the same thing. All right, 1st and 10 for the Wolves from their own 25. I still think they need a long, sustained drive here.
Absolutely.
They just won't have as big a lead. Desasure cuts inside off a little pitch, and he'll get across the 25 to the 26, and that's it. 1-yard gain. Instead of the jet sweep, they pop it to him, and he cuts up the middle and gets stopped for a 1-yard gain. Stopping the play by Elijah Evans for the Bulldogs. 2nd down, 9. 3 men to the left, 1 to the right. Coleman, the lone receiver, to the near side here. There's a give up the middle. Ken made Brunson all the way to the 35-yard line. Omar Ba makes the stop.
1 yard shy, apparently.
Yeah, they're going to mark it instead at the 34. So it'll be 3rd down and a yard to go. Wolves are going to send in Gray Leapart. They're going to go here to Sharpie's going to come out of this ball game.
Got some other guys coming in, including.
Yeah, it looks
95.
like
That's a defensive lineman for Newberry.
Yep, it is.
You got him on there on the sheet.
Puts a man in motion, takes the snap. He's going to run it, and he's not going to make it. Didn't make it. Was it 94?
I think it was 64. Checking the. And I don't have a 64 from the Newberry roster.
Might have been Grayson White.
64. Well, we don't have a 64 on the Newberry roster, but also 95, which is Javion Harris.
Yeah, 94 was Grayson White. I wasn't sure. I got confused there when they took Sharpie out. Thought they were going to maybe snap it to Brunson. Here's the punt. Hauled in at the 30-yard line, maybe the 31. So Newberry goes 3 and out pretty quickly there.
Yeah, not what you really wanted.
So the pick 6, but the missed extra point makes it a 1-point game, and then Newberry not able to do anything with it. 6:48 to go in the ball game. Newberry up by just that 1 point.
Well, now this is it, right? You got to have this defense put a stop here. You cannot let them score. Even a field goal puts Wingate back in front. And they'll probably have the same thing in mind. They're going to have a long, consistent drive, bleed the clock, and then try to win it at the end.
Holmes with 1 man with him in the backfield. Pretty tight formation. Back to throw. Fires long, and it is caught. Down near the 31-yard line, I think is where they're probably going to spot it, right at the 30.
He just got behind the coverage back there. That was number 9. That's Himes, right? That receiver the coach was talking about. Put it right on the money. That was a beautiful pitch and catch.
All the way down inside the 30 at the 29. A big first down for the Bulldogs. 6:35 and counting here in the fourth quarter. Holmes hands it off to Pugh. He comes near side. He's got room, and he's going to sprint to the end zone for a touchdown. That didn't take long. Two plays and a score.
But you know, that may actually work against Wingate because they scored so quickly on 2 plays. There's still 6:17 left, so plenty of time. But they do retake the lead.
Big pass play, and then the sprint to the end zone by Xavier Pugh. And they have taken the lead 33-28 here.
I imagine they'll go for 2.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, try to get back 7 in front of Newberry. Right now it's only 5, so a 1-point kick is not going to do you any good.
So Newberry reeled off 4 unanswered, but now Wingate has reeled off 2 unanswered, 1 on defense, 1 on offense.
That pick 6 really hurts.
29 yards on the run for the touchdown. And they are going to go for 2 here as Holmes, the quarterback, will stay in the lineup. He'll put 1 man out to the left. Pugh goes in motion. They throw it into the end zone wide open for the 2, and all of a sudden it's back to a 7-point ball game.
Yeah, like I said, the only good thing there is they scored so quickly that there's still plenty of time here in Newberry. However, only 1 timeout left. Remember that. They used those 2 very quickly in that third quarter.
Wingate down to 2 timeouts, incidentally, and by the way. All right, 34-28 the score. We'll be back in, well, actually 35-28. We'll be back in 1 minute. Here's the Wingate kickoff to Newberry, and it's going to go into the end zone for the touchback. So the Wolves down now by 7 after the touchdown and the 2-point conversion by Wingate. And they have retaken the lead since Newberry scored its 4 touchdowns unanswered. Sharpie was picked off for a touchdown. Xavier Pugh rushes 29 yards for a touchdown. And then you've got the 2-point play from Holmes to Himes. Spells in the lineup as the running back. Sharpia with 3 men left, 1 to the right. Reed back to throw. Over the middle, ball tipped in the air. An incomplete pass intended for Keith Desashore. Very dangerous. Luckily for Newberry, nobody was close enough to get it. Guy Taylor may have got the paw up on it.
And he's definitely made his presence felt on that left side of the defensive line for Wingate.
He's a big young man.
6'3", 245, redshirt junior from Quaverina, North Carolina.
Double slots now for Newberry. 2 left, 2 right. Spells remains the running back. 2nd and 10. Sharpia fires, and is it caught? It is by Rico Dorsey right at the stick. What a catch.
He held on to it.
Oh, my goodness. First down, Wolves.
He had Noah Collins, the cornerback over there, streaking right in front of him at the last second, but his focus was on that ball, and he hauls it in.
They mark it at the 36-yard line. Talk about making your presence known. He's done that a couple of times tonight. Rico Dorsey Jr. has.
Well, needless to say, this is the drive of the game for the Wolves. They've got to score a touchdown.
Motion by Mathis. He gets the throw, short side of the field, and gets a short gain. I think he might have stepped out of bounds, actually 2 yards up the field, maybe 1. We'll see where they spot this. Tried to hurdle a would-be tackler. They give him a yard. It'll be 2nd down and 9.
There was Collins again tripping him up, and he was so close to the sideline that he went out of bounds.
Yep.
Tried to jump over him a little bit.
He gets by Collins and doesn't run out of real estate. He could have gone for some big yardage. 4 wide again, 2 each way. Handoff. Not much going there, just shy of the 40. Spells on the carry. Quest Spells. You're really looking at 3rd down. It's going to be 3rd and 6.
Yeah, and they're 3 for 10 on 3rd downs for this game.
Better on 4th down, aren't they?
Yeah, 2 for 2. Let's flip it over to 4th down, then we'll get it.
3rd and 6 from the 40-yard line.
Meanwhile, that clock keeps running.
4:25 and counting. 4 wide receivers, H-back left. Motion by Spells. They throw it to him. He can't get to it. Reed led him a little too far. Ryan Green on the coverage. It'll be 4th down, and Newberry's going to have to punt away.
Well, he had to throw that a little bit too soon. Green on the coverage there in the backfield. Nobody blocked him off the end, and he was just making a beeline right for Sharpia. And he had to get rid of it and just misfired.
Yeah, it looked like Newberry might have thought about this for a minute, but they think the better of it and send out the punting unit with 4:11 to go. But suffice it to say that Newberry's going to have to put a quick stop on the Bulldogs. They scored on 2 plays their last time up. Snap back. Burke hits this punt toward the near side, and he goes out of bounds. Should be inside the 30 at the 29-yard line.
Well, it's kind of that momentum has shifted. Remember how we said everything kind of went Newberry's way? Well, here in the 4th quarter, all of a sudden it's kind of shifted back to Wingate. You had the pick 6, and then they drove, they scored again, and now Newberry cannot move the ball here these last 2 drives.
And not to belabor the point, but Wingate had a pick 6 for a touchdown, and then on the next possession they scored big in 2 quick plays.
Yeah.
So you can't give them much here with 4 minutes to play.
You've got to get a quick stop.
Holmes back to throw, fires down the field. That one, there's a hold on the offense there, I thought.
That did look like the offensive player was just grabbing the jersey.
Of course, they don't throw the flag. Incomplete. That's the good news.
Savory McFadden on the coverage for Newberry.
Yeah, the pass was intended for Jalen Himes, and he looked like he had part of the jersey there. 2nd and 10. 3:59 to go. Clock stop after the incomplete pass. Holmes hands it off. And this is Pugh. Pugh stopped after a short gain to the 32. It'll be 3rd and 7. Jaden Kennard on the stop. So suffice it to say, this is a big third down play. 3.5 minutes, 3:35 to be exact. Clock is running. Third down 7 for the Bulldogs from their own 32-yard line. Two men to the right, two men to the short side or the left, and now Wingate burns a timeout. That will be their second, and they're down to 1. 3:18 to go in the game. Timeout on the field. 35-28 Wingate. They have the ball. We'll be back in 30 seconds. We have 3 minutes, 18 seconds remaining in the football game. 35-28, Bulldogs of Wingate. They look at third down, 7 yards to go from their own 32-yard line. They call the timeout to set the play they want to run. Trips to the right. Motion by one of them. That's Jackson to the near side. So that puts 2 receivers each way. Holmes back to throw. Steps up to run. Flag is down. He goes down shy of the first down. A marker back at the 28. That might be holding.
Could be. It was right at the line of scrimmage. Jaden Neeson coming up, kind of holding his hands up, but let's see what it's going to be.
It would be short of the first down. It is a hold against Wingate. Declined. It'll be 4th down.
Yeah, 4th and long, so they're going to have to punt it away. 3:10 to go.
I would not bite on this either, by the way. It's 4th and 3 from the 36.
Yeah, be careful.
I wouldn't bet my last dollar they're going to punt this away. On to punt it is Rivers Teeter.
Is that the same punter? Was he punting? I can't remember.
6'8" he is, by the way. He looked tall, and I looked, he's 6 feet 8 inches tall. Trying to draw Newberry off, I'm sure. There's the snap. Teeter gets it away. Wobbly kick. Newberry's going to let it hit. It takes a huge Wingate roll. Oh, my goodness. Inside the 5 to the 3-yard line.
Wow.
And there's a flag down on the play. One of the players touched the ball. I don't know what happened. No Newberry player is in that vicinity.
This might be some kind of weird penalty against Wingate.
It's like he was trying to motion it in toward the 1-yard line, but I don't know that. It's just when he touches it, it should be down. I don't think that's a penalty, but the flag is down at the 3.
Did he try to blow it like the baseball? Go a little further?
I don't know. But what haven't we seen tonight flag-wise?
We've seen a little bit of everything.
No kidding.
It's like a heavyweight boxing match. They had us on the ropes in the first half. Third quarter, Newberry came back, got them on the ropes, and it has been back and forth here in the fourth quarter. Woo.
Another meeting of the minds inside the 5, down around the 2 or 3-yard line. Bottom line is, unless we see something crazy here, Newberry's going to have 95-plus yards to go here for what they need to do. 2:38 to work with. Plenty of time.
They'll need a big play just like they got.
I just can't imagine. I mean, the ball rolled inside the 5. I did see one of the players try to bat it, but I think once you touch
he was just kind of like making the motion, maybe like.
I think he touched it.
Did he touch it?
But I think once you touch it, it's dead.
Yeah, it should be.
But I don't know what they're going to call here. Let's see. Well, they still haven't decided what to say. Still waiting.
Illegal batting.
That's what it is, illegal batting. 10-yard penalty.
Oh, so they're going to kick again.
Got to re-kick it.
Well, that may definitely help Newberry.
I knew he touched it.
Yeah.
So that could help. So Newberry, instead of being 96-7 or 98 yards away, got a chance maybe to certainly try to return this one. Certainly don't let it get behind you. And that's going to move the football back to the, I think, the 30-yard line, but maybe the 25. Yep, 25, I think. That's what it'll be. 26, okay. Still, of course, going to be fourth down. Why do they have the marker way up at the 36? Now they moved
29. Where is it? 29.
It's at the 26.
The ball marker, yeah. The first down marker is out to the 39.
Yeah, now it's at the 26. So it's fourth down basically and 13 yards to go. Let's see if Newberry, they need a return on this. This might be a big break for the Wolves here. Snap back. Kick away. And
watch out.
Oh, my goodness. Get on that ball. And they did. Woo. Newberry got on it. Mathis came up, tried to make a running catch. It popped loose. And jumping down on it was Elijah Vereen.
Thank goodness. A couple of white jerseys around there.
So Newberry has it in much better field position than they would have had it. They mark it at the 38-yard line. It'll be first and 10. 2.5 minutes to go. Newberry down by 7.
Now just 62 yards. Newberry can do that. Only one timeout, though, remember. Next week at Tusculum, a 2 p.m. kickoff, the earliest kickoff I think we've had, right?
So far this year.
Yep.
2 men to the left, Coleman alone to the right. And the officials trying to get everything straight across the way here. 2.5 minutes to play, and I think we are finally ready to go. Jonah Norris in motion. Sharpia back to throw. Pressure coming. Rolls out. Throws wide open. Desessure. 30, 25, 20, 15, and trips up and falls down at the 16-yard line. That was a turf tackle.
Yeah, it sure was. Yeah, you would have liked to have seen him stayed on. He might not have made it to the end zone, but he probably would have got it inside the 10 for sure. He just got out there and got loose. I mean, nobody stayed with him between the corner and the safety. By the time he got over there, he was wide open on the far side of the field.
2-minute timeout. 2 minutes to go. Newberry will have the ball first and 10. The ball is going to be down at the Wingate 17-yard line. We'll be back in a minute. All right, 2 minutes to go. First and 10 for the Wolves down to Bulldog 17-yard line. Desessure, who just made that catch and probably would have gotten more yardage, if not a touchdown, tripped up by the turf over there. He's wide to the left, 2 men to the right, 2 men in the backfield with Sharpie. A motion by Desessure. They pitch it to him on an end around. He cuts inside a would-be tackler and going to be pulled down for a loss back to the 18-yard line.
Yeah, not much of one, though, just 1 yard. You got to start watching that clock.
1:45 and the clock is running. Remember, Newberry only has one timeout. Wingate only has one timeout, but right now it's Newberry that needs to score. And the field goal does them no good. So this is touchdown territory regardless of what happens. 1:30 to go. Sharpie with two men to the left, Desashore and Dorsey. Coleman to the right, motion by Jonah Norris. Throw out to the left side, that's Desashore. Desashore trying to spin off a tackle. Flag goes down at the point of tackle, so hold on. 69 seconds to go. Another hanky on the field.
Okay, let me start totaling them up here. I look at that stat.
You better get your calculator.
Yeah. Well, right now, before that one, 12 combined, so that's going to be 13 at least. Remember, there was a couple of offsetting penalties, too.
Desashore must have been shaken up. The trainers go out to get him, but I think he's okay. I think he's pleading his case here.
There's a hold on Newberry.
2nd and 11. But this time the ball is going to be moved back. To the 19-yard line. So 2nd and 11 from the 19. The hold, of course, must have occurred way downfield is all I can say at the point of the catch.
Yep.
Brunson, the running back. Reed to throw. Fires. Nobody home. Wanted to get that to Coleman. Coleman had gone toward the end zone. The pass was thrown to the sideline.
Yeah, like he was expecting him to make a break out toward the edge, but he didn't.
So the Wolves now with 64 seconds to go in this ball game have it 3rd down and 11. So really they have 2 plays to try to pick up at least a first down.
Yeah, they can get the first down. That marker's at about the 6 or so?
Yep.
6 or 7, right around there.
Both teams with 1 timeout. Sharpia back to throw. Gonna fire to the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown, Newberry. Kinmain Brunson on the catch out of the backfield.
Well, sometimes that happens when you're scrambling around. Those receivers will break free. And again, Reed Sharpia just has a knack at finding that open receiver.
Here's the other good sign. No flags on the play, so nobody was downfield this time.
Well, Burt Nettles won the game last week with the field goal. Now he just needs to poke it through to tie it.
35-34 with Burt with a chance to tie it up here with 54 ticks remaining. Here's the kick in the air, and it is right through the middle, and we are tied. 54 seconds remaining.
Thought I saw a flag, but
yeah, there is one right
on
the line of scrimmage, right on the goal line.
The goal line.
So notwithstanding this penalty, the ball game is tied, 35 apiece.
I wonder if there's kind of encroachment on the defensive line. They seem kind of...
One guy kind of crunched up in there, sure enough.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking there.
Like he was going to try to climb up, which you can't do, but he might have made contact or something. I'm not sure. Well, isn't it ironic and almost apropos that we have a penalty just as we tie the game with 53 seconds remaining in the ball game?
On the tying point after. Let's see what this is. Here we go. Hey.
No foul on the play. So that flag didn't exist. All right, 35 apiece, less than a minute to go, and based on the way things have gone, please don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a minute. 33 seconds remaining in this football game from Setzler Field, tied at 35.
You're not going to believe this, but Newberry has 406 passing yards. Reed Sharpia, 33 of 45. Incredible.
All right, Burt Nettles to kick it away, left to right. And this one is going to go about a yard deep in the end zone, but they're going to bring it out 10, across the field 15, breaks a tackle, 20, and out of bounds across the way. Let's see where they spot this. Should be up around the 30-yard line, I'm thinking.
They had a shot at him back around the 10 or 15 when he was trying to get around the edge.
They're going to mark it at the 25, apparently.
Must have stepped out over there.
Must have. I was saying maybe the 30.
Yeah,
but
a little bit better.
Must have stepped out. We got 43 ticks left, so, you know, think back to next to the last time that Wingate scored. Well, it was the last time they scored.
Yeah, the two big plays real quick.
Yeah, they had the interception for the touchdown, but then they went 2 plays, boom.
So keep your guys deep, because if they're not playing for overtime right here, they're going to try to get you deep.
Holmes awaiting the snap, drops back to throw, steps up, fires toward the near side. That pass is caught just at the 41-yard line.
The clock stops while they reset the first down markers, by the way. 36 showing on the clock right now.
Pass caught by one of the tight ends. 1st and 10 for Wingate at their own 41. Holmes back to throw. Fires. It is caught by Himes across midfield.
Remember, they don't have to score a touchdown. They just got to get close enough to see if their kicker can beat us on the last play of the game, maybe.
Clock is running. 15 seconds. 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs from the Newberry 48. Holmes back to throw. Fires. It is caught for a first down across the way again by Himes. 7 seconds to go.
They'll probably clock it. Oh, no, they're taking the timeout right now.
They did take the timeout.
Ooh, interesting. 'Cause they're pretty far out. They're at the 33.
Yeah, so that's
43s. That might be close to a 50-yarder right now.
Yeah, it'd be a 50-yarder exactly, because 7 yards back would be the 40-yard line. So that would be a 50-yarder.
I guess there really wasn't much they could do for the most part, because even if they get up and clock it, well, then there's going to be about maybe 5 or 6 seconds. They would have that timeout, but I don't think that's enough to run another play and call the timeout. So they were kind of in a do or die right here. They have the timeout, yeah, but that ball's at the 33. So what do? Do you go for the end zone and win it, or do you try to kick a 50-yarder and win it? And then that'll be time expired, and if not, well, we go to overtime.
I guess we're about to find out.
We're going to find out, yeah.
Yeah, so the 33-yard line of Newberry is the spot of the ball. So we mark that back 7 yards, as I say, to the 40. So it would be squarely a 50-yard field goal. I have no idea what kind of kicker Bone Steel is from the distance. But isn't it funny? We've come down to potentially another field goal here, potentially, this time from the opponent. Newberry kicked one as time expired to beat LR last week in Hickory.
I'd rather have it on Burt Nettles' foot
Yeah.
than on their foot, you know what I mean?
No kidding.
Because they're going possibly for the win.
7 seconds on the clock. Well, they've sent the quarterback back out there, so they're going to try. It's 1st and 10.
The only thing is, with 7 left, can they run a super quick play and call the timeout? It's probably what they're going to try to do.
Pugh is the running back. 4 wide receivers. Holmes back to throw. He's hit as he throws. Incomplete. What a good play by the Wolves defensively.
Absolutely.
And they're going to send out the field goal unit now. Here comes Caleb Bonesteel. So he will try a 50-yard field goal with 3 seconds to play. This will be spotted at the 40. The holder is Rivers Teeter.
Well, you hate to live by the kicker, die by the kicker. Newberry lived by it last week. Now they got to wait and see if their kicker can do the same to us.
40-yard attempt coming up here for Bonesteel. And now Newberry takes its final timeout, as you would expect them to do.
Might as well.
I think I said that last week.
Yeah, we did. We did.
This is the same situation Newberry was in 3 seconds to go with a field goal of 27.
But that was much closer.
Yeah, 27 yards, and when Orion had one timeout left, so they took it.
Yeah, except that one, LR, I think, the pit was in the bottom of their stomach because they knew Nettles could easily make that one. This one, I'm not sure. This is a 50-yarder. No. This is a gamble on this one, whether he can make it or not. We don't know.
Well, if he does, the Bulldogs win it. If he doesn't, we go to overtime.
Well, if they do win it on like this, well, I guess they've earned it by the skin of their teeth.
Just ironic, though. Same amount of time, field goal, but from the other side.
Yeah, on the final timeout.
Yeah, no timeouts left by either team. Barring a penalty, there won't be any time left anyway. All right. Back out is Caleb Bonesteel, 5'11", 180-pound graduate. Rivers Teeter, a redshirt junior, 6 feet 8 inches tall to hold. Remember, they had a problem on the snap of the extra point earlier. Here's the snap. The kick is up, and it's not going to get there. It is no good. And we are headed to overtime, and we'll be back in 60 seconds with the score tied at 35. Well, this ball game started out all Wingate. It was 21-0 until 25 seconds left in the first half. Newberry scores on a Reed Sharpie, a pass to Gray Leapart. Newberry got on the board 21-7 at halftime, and then the Wolves roll off 4, actually 3 unanswered from that point, but 4 all total. A Reed Sharpie, a pass to Quez Spells, another pass to Rico Dorsey Jr., another pass to Dorsey, and Newberry all of a sudden is up 28-21. Then, pass intercepted by the Bulldogs, and they take it in for the touchdown but miss the extra point, and it's 28-27. And then a big rush for 29 yards by Xavier Pugh scores again for the Bulldogs. 6:17 to go in the fourth quarter, and they miss the extra point, so it's 33. They went for 2 at that point and made it, so it's 35-28. And then Newberry gets a Reed Sharpie, a pass to Kenmaine Brunson for 19 yards and a touchdown. All right, here's the meeting at midfield for the overtime. Here's the toss of the coin. Newberry's going to go on defense, apparently. Jaden Kennard out there for the Wolves, along with Burt Nettles. They were the original captains earlier. So Newberry's going to find out what they need to do here, Al.
Yeah, but we can go first, see what they score, field goal, touchdown, or nothing, and then they'll know what they need to do.
Exactly. So I think we're going to go left to right here toward the fountain on this first possession of the overtime by the Bulldogs. From the 25, of course. They'll put the ball at the hash mark to the left of the far side of the field. And the usual suspects back out on the field, Elijah Holmes and all of his teammates. Running back is Xavier Pugh.
That 8 overtime game, that wasn't the last overtime, was it, that we've seen? I can't remember if we've seen another one. I don't recall another one.
Me either. Trips to the right now for the Bulldogs. Holmes awaits the snap, 1st and 10. Motion by one of the tight ends. Sets up on the left. Play action fake. Holmes keeps it. Newberry drops him at the line of scrimmage. Beautiful play there. Jalen Stratford. He loses a yard, actually. 2nd and 11 now for the Bulldogs.
Not sure what that play was. He just kind of trying to follow the blockers, but we haven't really seen that all game long with Holmes kind of just on a designed run. That didn't go anywhere.
Most of the time was out of a scramble.
Yeah.
2nd and 11 from the 26 now for the Bulldogs. Pugh to the right side of Holmes. A wide out each way. Wing on the right or H-back position. Give it off to Pugh going left. And Newberry's going to stop him inside the 25 at the 22-yard line. It'll be 3rd down here.
Really hitting that left side of the offensive line.
So the ball down at the 22. It'll be 3rd and 7 here for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, some substitutions in there up front for Newberry.
Bulldogs come up on 3rd down 7 at the 22-yard line. First possession of overtime, tied at 35. Holmes back to throw. Pressure coming. Now he's going to run. And Newberry's going to knock him down, but not before he picks up a first down inside the 15 and roams all the way near the 10.
They just couldn't pull him down.
So they give him the yardage for the first down there. Just couldn't bring him down, you're right. Pretty big guy, 6'2", 215.
They had him stopped short, too.
Yeah, they did.
But he kept pumping those legs and got the first down.
All right, first down at the 10-yard line. So basically 1st and goal to go. Give it off to Pugh. Pugh inside the 5, down near the 2 or 3 yard line. I'm going to spot it right at the 3. It'll be 2nd down, goal to go from the 3-yard line for Wingate. Wide to the left goes Jackson. Over to the near side here, Warner and Himes. And they give it off to Pugh. He's being chased, and Newberry's going to knock him down. Does he get in? I don't think so. I think he's shy at the 1-yard line. He knocked the pylon over, but I think he went out of bounds right at the goal line.
Late flag out there where the tackle was made, too.
Newberry loses a headgear here. I believe that's Kennard, isn't it? He lost the headgear?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Well, it's not going to be far out of the end zone, half the distance. It was at the 1.
Half a yard.
This is going to put Wingate right down on the goal line. First down and goal to go from literally inches away. I still say that's the stupidest rule in football. You lose your headgear, you have to come off. I mean, most of the time it's not your fault that you lost it.
Yeah. And so what?
Yeah, I mean, nobody.
If your headgear comes off, so what? Put it back on and
it's just
go to the next play.
It's just a plain dumb rule.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where that one came from.
All right, here comes Wingate up to the line of scrimmage in a hurry. I'd bet Pugh or Holmes is going to take this. Got a big package in there. Holmes goes out to the left, and they're going to snap it to Pugh, and he's going to run it. And he's stopped for a loss, and there's a flag down as well in the back of the end zone.
Was he still moving, maybe?
I don't know.
Holmes went out wide left
He
to
did.
set up. Kind of wonder if he got set or maybe set up across the line of scrimmage, perhaps.
Another flag. Imagine that. And get that mic turned on. That's against Newberry.
That was the other side, unfortunately. We were lined up across the line.
Oh, boy.
hate to say this, but I think that's our 10th penalty.
I'm surprised it's not more than that.
5 for Wingate.
Yeah, I think somebody missed something in those stats. All right, Wingate down on the goal line. First possession by either team here in overtime. Holmes awaits the snap. Hands it off to Pugh. He's in. Fumble! But they called a touchdown.
Yeah, he was across. So, remember, once you cross the line, that's it. It's over.
Correct. So Wingate scores the touchdown. So Newberry knows what they have to do now. The question will be, what's the extra point coming up here? Out to try the extra point, Caleb Bonesteel. Bonesteel puts it through. It's going to be 42-35. Now there's another stoppage of play. I'm not sure what this is all about. So Newberry's going to challenge the play. They threw the red flag.
Another review. This is the 4th one. We have not seen this before, that's for sure.
You have somewhere to be early in the morning?
No.
Well, that's good. You may still be here.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at that, and I was at 10:30 at the end of regulation. That's normally half an hour beyond the normal game time, so this game was already kind of long.
41-35 after the touchdown, but they're reviewing it.
I don't know. I thought that he dove across with possession,
but
you might as well.
Yeah, got nothing to lose except the appeal.
If that ball did pop out, well, might as well challenge it. You never know.
That's right.
Might have been bobbling it.
Especially tonight.
Yeah.
So the officials have gone over to review that play. Let's take a 30-second break. We'll be right back. We are in overtime if you just tuned in. Regulation ended at 35 apiece. Newberry won the toss of the coin to start the overtime and elected to go on defense. Wingate has scored an apparent touchdown to make it 41-35. Extra point pending, but the Newberry coaches. So the officials overruled the challenge, and it is a touchdown. So Bonesteel will finally now try the extra point. Must be a great place for a block if you're a Newberry fan.
Absolutely.
Teeter to hold. Here's a snap. Kick is up, and it is good. So, after one possession, Wingate in overtime takes a 42-35 lead, and now Newberry will have a shot at trying to tie this ball game once again. And we will hold it right here as the Wolves will travel left to right.
Well, maybe we should go ahead and do the game stats here.
Yeah, sure. Let's go
overtime,
ahead.
I guess, for Wingate. 24 first downs, 39 rushes, 156 yards on the ground. Holmes, 20 of 26 through the air for 307 yards there. 463 offensive yards. That's pretty much right on their average, by the way. Time of possession, 26:45 in regulation. 5 penalties, 62 yards.
All right, here we go. Desasure and Dorsey to the right. Norris, one of the tight tight ends, two of them to the left. Newberry hands it off to Kenmaine Brunson, and you're not going to get much, maybe a couple to the 23. They put both Leapart and Norris to the left side. They say, they finally moved the sticks across the way. He did get two. It'll be second down, 8 yards to go. That's about the way Wingate started their drive.
That short little run, yeah.
Dorsey and Desaussure go to the left. It's going to be Mathis and Coleman to the right. Brunson comes out too, so you've got trips to the right, two men to the left, five wide receivers. Nobody in the backfield except Reed Sharpia. Motion by Brunson. Sharpia going to take off on the run. Breaks a couple of tackles. Gets inside the 10. Down to the 7 or 8 yard line goes Reed Sharpia.
Same thing that Holmes did, right? He got the big run to the 10. Newberry, again, must score a touchdown and the extra point to continue the overtime possessions.
All right, so Newberry has a fresh set of downs at the 7 yard line, right about the same place. So first and goal from the 7. Wingate has already scored here in the overtime. They lead 42-35. Sharpia rolls to the left to throw. Looks for a man, throws. It is caught. Touchdown. Looks like that's Desaussure, if I'm not mistaken.
Somehow he always finds a way to get open in the end zone, doesn't he?
He does. It might require Sharpia to roll a little bit, but he gets open.
Yeah, more often than not, he's been rolling all over the place. But again, just able to find that receiver. Yes, what an incredible young man. We knew all about him going back to high school, so this is nothing new.
That's right.
This is what he does.
Newberry's going to go for two here. Desaussure, they're Sharpia on the roll, being chased. Now throws, caught! It is caught, and Newberry wins! Holy cow!
That just happened really quickly. It's like they caught Wingate off guard that they were going to go for two.
Wow. 43-42, the final score. Wolves win it in overtime on a 2-point conversion. My goodness. Well, somebody sent me a text. I won't identify who it was. You think we could go to 8? I said I'll say only if we win, but one's good enough.
Yeah, absolutely.
My goodness, 43-42. I think it was Dorsey that caught that football, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, he was just mobbed. We could not catch him. We'll find out.
Well, Desausure's down on his knees here like he was a couple of weeks ago, just out of gas, but he caught that touchdown pass. And I think it was Dorsey who caught the 2-point conversion. We will confirm that here in a minute.
Is that Keith or is that Devin Williams?
Might be Williams.
He
right.
also wears number 5. Looks a little bigger than Keith.
Yeah, it is Williams.
It's Devin Williams, yeah.
Yep. There's Desaussure right there. Yep. All right. 43-42, the final score. And let's just go ahead and break the news here. This is Coach Todd Knight's 100th career victory here at Newberry.
Well, what a way to get 100. Congratulations, the winningest coach in Newberry history when you can lead a team like this to come back from a 21-point deficit earlier in the game, then another deficit late in the fourth quarter. He deserves all the accolades he can get. What an incredible coaching staff. What an incredible team.
And the reason I didn't mention that sooner because I didn't want to jinx him. So if we win, we'll mention it. Of course, we'll talk to him about it shortly. But we got it. 100th win for Coach Todd Knight. Reed Sharpie with a pass to Kinmaine Brunson, who caught that ball 19 yards. Well, that was the earlier touchdown. They still haven't updated the stats here, so hang on. But Desashore caught the winning touchdown pass.
Yeah.
There we go. 7 yards for that one. And then they say Keith caught the second one, too, so maybe it was Keith. Maybe it was Keith.
Well,
as you say, it went in there and everybody got around it.
Exactly. Well, maybe fitting. I mean, he is the playmaker, the graduate student, right? And he is just having an incredible season. He is pretty much their number one kind of go-to scorer type guy, and he comes through.
Did you count them? 6 touchdown passes for Reed Sharpie.
Yeah.
6 passes.
Yeah.
1 to Leapart, 1 to Spells, 1 to Dorsey, another 1 to Dorsey, 1 to Brunson, and of course a touchdown pass to Desashore and a 2-point conversion
in
to
overtime. So obviously that means no rushing touchdowns in this ball game. Pretty incredible for Newberry.
Unbelievable. 43-42 the final score here at Setzler Field. The Wolves win it. And eventually, once he gets unmobbed, we will see Coach Todd Knight. Let's go ahead and take a look at the scoring in this ball game, and I'll just run through this quickly. I'm not going to go through all these scores, but Wingate scored 3 touchdowns to take a 21-0 lead. Elijah Holmes with 2 touchdown passes in that scenario. Xavier Pugh with a touchdown run. And then it was Sharpie at a Leapart, Sharpie at a Spells, Sharpie at a Dorsey, Sharpie at a Dorsey. 4 unanswered touchdowns to put Newberry up 28-21. And then Reed's pass got picked off for 6 by Wingate's big tight end Guy Taylor. That made it 28-27 when they missed the extra point. And Coach Knight now being recognized. 100 wins for Coach Todd Knight.
Congratulations, Coach Knight.
There is a mob on the field right now of not just players but fans as well.
And Coach is out in the middle, giving them probably not instructions, telling them what a team effort that was. I mean, everybody had to play a part in this one.
Somewhere along the line, I think they finally figured out this was going to be his 100th win, and that might have sparked those big 4 touchdowns in a row, quite frankly.
Yeah, what a comeback.
Unbelievable. So there you have pretty much the scoring. We're not going to go through all of that. Al will come back and give you the stats on the ball game after this 1-minute break.
Okay.
Once again, congratulations to the Newberry College Reds. They defeat the Bulldogs of Wingate University. The comeback for the ages. Final score, 43-42 in overtime. And once again, congratulations to Coach Todd Knight. Winning number 100 for his career. The head coach here at Newberry College. Your Reds, we're back on the road next week.
And welcome back, Al Della Chica here post-game. Let's go ahead and get you those game stats now. For the Wingate Bulldogs, 24 first downs, 39 rushes for 156 yards on the ground. Holmes was 20 of 26 through the air for 307 yards passing. The Wingate offense ran 65 plays and garnered a total 463 yards. That's a little over 7 yards per play. They had had 6 kick returns for 138 yards, 1 interception, return for 56 yards, and the touchdown. That was the pick 6. 1 fumble that they lost, 5 penalties for 62 yards, 4 punts, averaging a little over 37 yards per punt. Time of possession, 26:45 on the clock. They were 5 of 10 on third down conversions and 0 for 1 on fourth downs. For the Newberry Wolves, 24 first downs. That's the same exact number as Wingate. 24 rushes for just 66 yards. But through the air, Reed Sharpia, 34 of 46 for 413 yards, 1 interception. They ran 70 plays for a total offensive output of 479 yards. 1 kick return for 19 yards, 10 penalties for 75 yards, 6 punts for Burke Nettles, averaging just shy of 40 yards per punt. Time of possession was 33-15. They were 4 of 12 on third down conversions, and perhaps most importantly, 2 for 2 on fourth downs. And so there you go, the final score 43-42, and it almost even surprised us a little bit that they quickly lined up and went for 2 to get the win, and that was a big one right there. So we're going to go ahead and take a break for 1 minute. Coach Knight is up here in the booth, and he will talk to us right after this.
Back here at Setzer Field on the campus of Newberry College. Jimmy Coggins here with Coach Todd Knight. First of all, the 100th victory, and I think I've seen every darn one of them.
You have, my friend. You've been there at every one of them. This one was really sweet, Jimmy. I really, honestly, I didn't know it was 100, till afterward kids started yelling, that kind of thing. It never crossed my mind. I was just focused on our kids throughout the week, and golly, man, we didn't play very well. I don't know how we won that game, Jimmy.
Well, I knew it could be the 100th, but I wasn't going to say anything till I was sure because I didn't want to jinx you. But being down 21-0 and scoring 4 unanswered touchdowns, and then, of course, giving up another touchdown, having to score another touchdown, and then getting 1 and a 2-point conversion in overtime.
Defensively, at times we looked great, and at times I was just, good God, whose defense is that out there? Because it's not us.
Right.
And it looked bad at times, Jimmy. And then the kids just would fight back. That's what we talked about at halftime. Just go out there and fight. Just go out there and fight for it. At the beginning of the game, it was all just about brotherhood and believing. Don't ever stop believing. And these kids never did. Never did in the second half. There was times when it looked bad. And then they fought back. And then we'd play great. And we'd play bad. And then they'd fight back. And, after that last, when Wingate scored the last touchdown, I got Coach Flynn on the headphones. I said, brother, we got to go for 2. Defense is done. They're spent.
Yeah.
And I said, we can't put them back out there again. And I went ahead and told Cole on the headsets, I said, Cole, go on and have it ready. When we score, we're going for 2. There's no hesitation. decisions made right now. Be ready for it. And he said, Coach, I got to play. I got one play. And that one play, yeah, I think Reed might have ad-libbed it a little bit, but wow, how wild was Reed?
Speaking of Reed ad-libbing, Al and I have been talking all night. If you got credit for running east and west, he'd have 1,000 yards tonight.
I don't know if he'll be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Jimmy, we talk about Reed all the time about him maturing and throwing it away and not giving up on a play. My God, he didn't give up on not one play tonight. There was times when I wish he would have just throw it away, Reed. But no, he kept doubling back and finding a way. And the kids just rallied around it. Offense kept firing us back up. And even something as small as in warm-ups, Burt Nettles twisted his ankle. And he wasn't 100%. He kept trying to kick it for us in the end zone. Yeah. He couldn't do it.
And that's the reason.
He couldn't do it, and everybody's like, what's wrong with Burt? And nobody knew.
Right.
And he rolled his ankle in warm-ups. Now, some of the easy extra points and that kind of thing, he hit it with ease. But, trying to put the ball in the end zone with a rolled ankle and him taped it up, it worried me, to tell you the truth. It worried me. That ankle worried me all night long. And to their credit, the kid, he brought it out every time. I mean, Burt kicked it to the goal line a couple of times, and they didn't care. They was going to bring it out no matter what. I thought Wingate played a great game. They got a really, really good football team, Jimmy. For us to fight and never give up all the way to the end, going for two in overtime to win it, I just can't say enough about our kids and the coaching staff. I mean, defensively, I know we didn't play well enough tonight. We didn't play well enough tonight to win it. Offensively, we got fired up at times, and those kids, it was just never going to quit.
Well, you've been talking all year long about the cohesiveness of this football team and the brotherhood of this football team, and it all started back in the summer.
It did, Jimmy, and I just told them tonight, I know you believe in each other. I believe in you too. Let's go out and win it. Go out and win it.
And they did. 43-42 in overtime. You score and go for two and win it. 100 wins. I remember we sat in this very booth not too many years ago when you became the all-time winningest coach, and you've added about 20 or 25 wins to that since then.
Jimmy, I remember my first game as a head coach, the first win I ever had.
Valdosta.
We were at Valdosta State. They were defending national champions, and that was a really sweet day to have the first win ever here for me as a head coach, to be at Valdosta. And then looking back on it, 100. It took a little while to get there,
it's crazy.
But we're there.
And by the way, LR went to Valdosta and won today.
Oh man, I figured they would. We made them really mad.
Yeah,
I think we made Wingate mad too. They'll probably go the rest of the way and beat everybody else, and I hope they do.
All right, so next week we head up to Tusculum to take on the Pioneers, and that's a 2 o'clock kickoff.
That'll be good to have a good day game up in the mountains.
That's right. So
Right.
You and I will talk much more about this and about 100 wins and a lot more coming up on Thursday night. Congratulations, my friend.
Hey, Jimmy, this place was packed tonight. I want to say thanks to everybody for coming out, everybody that listens, everybody that comes to the coach's show. We talk about it all the time, how special this place is, and just the people is what makes it special. The people that come out and support us, the kids, everybody that works here. It's just it's home. It's home.
Todd, I think we had the biggest crowd here tonight I've seen in a long time.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
It really was.
Again, congratulations. I'll see you Thursday.
Thank you, my friend.
All right,
Thank you.
Coach Todd Knight with us. We'll be back to wrap things up in 1 minute.